If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel. If you do not want any truth, you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions, the way they think for themselves, you do not belong. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name-calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform, and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and
knowledge.
As we
Well, they are respected. Some of them are.
Men, they not.
Some of them are. Like CT over here is pretty respected. It's men like you who conduct themselves. Can I answer your question? Men like you who are comfortable living on bottom and being dependent upon other men, they don't get respected. And whether they're black, white, Asian, whatever they are, a man who is willingly dependent upon other men does not get respected by other men. That's the way it works. So that's why you don't get respected.
We never did.
Because CT gets respected. I know a lot of black men who are very. I know a lot of black men who are respected
from other races of men, like white folks do. That's a fact. No black man, no matter if they working or not.
All right, guys. Hopefully y'all having a good day. Shout out to Eric. Put in overtime. To everybody that put in work. Hopefully y'all had a good day. You know, or it's chaotic. Shout out. What time it is? Hopefully everybody, hey, we're gonna talk about really happy right now. We're gonna
is a dark black man with a do-rag on who was sitting in the living room without no furniture, didn't even have no decorations on the wall, and thought his dick was the most important thing he had and couldn't pronounce a whole bunch of words like sassy-phone and sexual, you were saying earlier, and all that kind of stuff. If that was the suspect's description, of course they're going to pick you up. Now, if the suspect's description was a big, fat, white man from Alabama with a camouflage shirt on, then of course they're gonna pick me up, JP. But I don't know what that has to do with my question for you about what kind of benefit of the doubt I get. I need you to give me some examples of what you know about my life.
The definition of a man is a definition of what white people decide to label shit, and it changed what the actual thing are. That God
You're such a victim.
Wait, hold on, bro.
You're such a victim.
God created me a certain way. God didn't say that I had to work for you.
I didn't say he did.
I had to do none of that, right?
Nobody said you did.
Said that. I'm working for God. You know what God told me what my job is? See, y'all just want to put stuff in the Bible as if God spoke Greek or Hebrew or who out the bam. No, God spoke in his essence. So what I see is God said my only job is to reproduce, Negro. Reproduce. Be attractive. God gave me enough personality.
I gotta stop you. That's
God gave me enough personality, enough swag to reproduce.
God told you to do a lot more.
I'm basically fertilizing life because I'm making a life keep. What is a job ain't as important as creating kids? Because if men stop creating kids, right? If people stop creating kids, guess what? It won't be no more tomorrow. That job don't mean shit, right? So you got your way of working. I got my way of working. My job is to constantly get these women pregnant so we can have tomorrow.
Let me ask you this, JP. You're right. I got my way of working, and I got my way of working. You got your way of working. Now, the Western civilization that we live in,
stroking with the motion, slow rolling, yeah, stroking with the motion. Dave, we both pulled out our pants. You'll see why you're inferior, why you're upset.
I don't see the problem here, to be honest with you. That's the whole thing. Well, I mean, I trust me, I would never want to be on welfare or have multiple children. Well, that's just not me. But you know, we live wrong.
Why isn't it UCT though?
Well, it's just not my constitution. You know, I didn't grow up like this. I didn't grow up around people like this. My parents are still happily married to this day. But what I see with JP is he's a happy man. He's always cammed up. He's smiling. He's eating, I would assume, ice cream right now. His children are in the apartment with him. They are well fed. You know, and to be honest with you, JP makes good points. The slaves are never truly really given credit. In fact, you have a lot of white men, and I'm only saying this because I've seen it myself. You have a lot of whites who say the blacks ain't built the country. Okay, well, JP can always argue that point. So I can see it from his perspective. Now, I wouldn't want to live like JP, but I can see where he's coming from. I don't necessarily agree with him, but I can see it. Go ahead, JP.
CT, I guarantee you, if you was a father of multiple kids, you would love the position that I'm set up in. I swear for God, because working a job, you would feel like should you devote most of your time of your life to a job that don't give two damns about you, right? That would come and lay you off and fire you that don't give a care, or somebody or these slaves paying for you to live a good, happy life with your children. Why are you building with your children? I guarantee you, CT, you would choose this lifestyle because it's less free. Guess what? I'm fourth on the waiting list. Now I'm finna get approved for another low income house, 3-bedroom. So that means I don't got to work no more, right? And so I will have to work if I choose to. Because they said I asked them how long can you stay on low income? They said until you die. I can retire off that. I don't have to work. If I choose to work, I work a couple months here, work a couple months there. Then I say, okay, I'm done working. Let me take off, who at the bam. I love that option, but I already devote the most of my life to my kids. Working a white man job don't do nothing for you, CT. It do not. You thinking like that now because you don't have children. If you become a father of 4, bro, you will like, man, fuck that white man stuff. And especially if you're getting all the benefits to allocate to sit home and be a father, bro, I'm trying to think it's the best way of living.
CT, when you go to work every day, CT, and man, I see you on this. I don't know if you do anything else to earn a living besides streaming, but it seems like just about every time I pick up the YouTube, you're on here working. And since now my channel's not anywhere near the size of your channel, but it's small. I don't have, but I think like 1,300 subs right now, but I haven't been doing this for a few months. But even as small as my channel is, man, this thing take work. This thing take at least 40 plus hours a week if you're going to do it right. You see what I'm saying? So with you, with the channel you have, I couldn't imagine what all you have to do. Now, when you get up to go do it, do you do it just because you want, I don't know, wealth, the easy life, or is it more because it's within your masculine mindset to get up and be productive and not just sit around while somebody pays your bills for you?
To get up and be masculine and give the world
masculinity though.
Well, JP, let me answer.
Nature.
To give the world what a lot of my friends have told me growing up. They said, man, you have great dinner conversation, man. You're very inspirational. So instead of doing it at a dinner table with 4 people, why not do it at a larger scale with the entire globe? So it's a masculine thing to me. Yes, you're correct.
May I ask you a question, CT, to add on top of that?
Yeah, what's up, buddy? What's up?
Do you think life is like a chess game? Would you compare life and chess the same?
Of course I would. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You will, huh?
Of course.
Would you consider yourself a king of your house?
A king of my household? Yes.
You the king, right?
Sure.
So bishops, the queen, the pawns, who do the most working? Who go out there and hunt? The queen or the king?
The queen.
Uh-oh. But you just said life was like chess.
Yeah.
But
the game isn't over until
Father Dane said that a man's supposed to go out there, the king's supposed to go out there and work. Yeah. So who determines masculinity? Because this contradiction. It's a contradiction because if life is like chess and everybody on that chessboard is doing more working than the king, at this point, I'm a king. Everybody in this house supposed to go work but me.
When you say,
because everybody's job is to protect him. He's the most important. That's why everybody else got to die before him. When he died, game over. Because there's no game without the king. No. The reason why, if me and you homeboys, but I'm the one with the bag, you supposed to die because you're not important.
If I may, Dane, does it bother you that JP is a lazy, shiftless Negro, welfare king, if you will?
Well, I don't necessarily care about his racial denomination because there's a lot of white people, not nearly as many Asians, man, but as people of all races, men who are committing derelict of duty. And it's not just about their family. When it comes to like, well, it's me and mines, that's a more of that feminine mindset. Masculine men, we're not just looking at only our family. I mean, that's a priority, but we're looking at how what we do affects the community around us. And that's how we built Western civilization, is because of that. So it's so much more than that. So when you have men like this that are like dead weight leeches and they're just like, oh, well, I'm just going, I'm going to just game the system and I'm going to sit at home and I'm going to let you send money to me. Well, that can only happen really in the Western culture because it plays. Innovation, yeah. And the thing is too, like thinking about like once JP gets to where he's having to have like medical services and stuff, if he's on welfare, that's going to be Medicaid, which is not the same quality or the same advantages as private insurance. Once he's gone from this planet, what is he going to have to pass on to his children to give them a leg up over where he started out in life? There doesn't seem to be any view in his mindset to the future for generations to come. Whereas with the Arabs the Asians, the African immigrants, the Jews in these cultures, they're looking for generations to come. Yeah, they'll be all right. What if they find some man to hook up with, or they also marry the government? I don't know. I would think with him having nothing but daughters that his mindset of a man's value is swinging between his legs, and that
the white man don't determine what a man is,
and then a woman's purpose or whatever. I would think that would be different. But I would wager if he had a son, he would probably be teaching them the same debauchery, unproductive, very temporal, very lowbrow sort of a mindset. He probably just has that legacy.
What a man is.
What's that?
I hate the fact that we got to accept what white men determine what a man is. Being a man is not nothing from no white man, y'all.
You ain't got to accept anything.
Hold on once, Dane, and your skin color the same color as my body. We got to stop this, y'all. We got to stop allowing white men to determine what a man is. He don't set the definition or the bar or the standard of what a man is. We've been lied to. We've been bamboozled. He told us being a man is basically the end results for black men is to slave and constantly reassuring their power, reboosting their power, maintaining the white man's power.
Who said that?
By working, hold on, dude. By working and slaving, that's not being a man, black man.
Go ahead and lie.
You've been misled from white men, white people, and black women misleading you. Being a man is finding your own way, sitting on your ass. Bro, what I'm doing right now is being a man. Why? I do what I want to do, and y'all do what y'all can. You can't do what you want to do at that job. You can't raise your voice at that job.
I don't have a job.
You can't do shit you want to do.
I don't have a job. What you get to do, what you get to do is live off of the labor of others. But I don't have a job.
He's supposed to. A king's supposed to live off others.
He's not.
I'm not listening to y'all because I don't care to. It don't matter. Because what I'm doing, I got the cheat code. I'm being a man and a father at the same time. And I'm being
You're not being a man.
God never allocated me this much freedom.
You're married to the government.
A job always kept me in a miserable state. Every time you had to wake up and know that you got to go slave for somebody else that don't give a fuck about you. I have never been so much, thanks to me having a good dick to create kids, that my kids got me out this situation. And the more kids I make, the more I get to stay in this. The longer I get to stay free. The longer I get to stay free. Guess what, Dane? I'm going to have more kids to live off. I'm using my kids for government assistance. And that's the only reason why I'm creating them. I'm only creating kids so I can milk the system longer and longer and longer. And I don't plan on, you cannot use no shaming tactics on me. I'm okay with how I'm living. I love Section 8. That was the best program you whites ever came up with. This is the best. This is the closest to the reparations that you gonna give us Negroes, right? You got Negroes been fighting and begging you for reparations, and y'all never gave it to them. So don't get mad at me because I found a way, Negro way, to get my reparations for 400 years and 500 years of captivity. I get to sit on my ass and do what I want to do when I want to do it off the white man's back. by goddamn time, I get to treat you like a slave. Amen. Amen. I get to treat you and your system like a slave. So I don't feel bad. You never throw no terminology to make guilt trip me off the trip that I'm living on. I'm in my kid's life because at the end of the day, when I get on my deathbed, what's going to matter is me being a father. How many kids you had and what? It's not going to even matter if I took care of them.
JP.
What's going to matter is on my deathbed, I'm going to have a whole bunch of kids and a whole bunch of grandkids. I'm leaving back a tribe. I don't give two damns about working in a white man institute. And I love clapping feet. This is what I love to do. Dang. 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 Oh. 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 Pastor Dang.
Hey, the Emperor, I can't hear you real good, man. I can't hear you real good. Your mic volume's a little low, especially with JP carrying on.
Pastor Dane, I love getting it in, Pastor Dane. Clapping cheeks, Dane. Oh, Pastor Dane.
What part of the country are you in, Emperor? Just generally speaking.
Hold on, Pastor. I'm finna busting up, Dane.
West Coast. I was just gonna say, man, I can't really get a good read with your hood on and everything, what ethnicity you fall in. But see, one thing that, huh? Yeah, one thing that just it bothers me a little bit is that, you know, being from the South like I am, I know so many people who think that JP is the stereotypical common example of a black man.
Shut up,
and he's just not. He's just not. So, like, I've spent the better part of 55 years arguing with these white people that their impression is actually the minority of black people. And then I come on the YouTube and I see JP and I'm just like, you know, I just like, my.
Pastor Dane, this nothing hit your nose, Pastor Dane. You better watch out, duck, Dane. Oh shit, you better duck, Dane. Pastor Dane. Pastor Dane. Oh, Pastor Dane.
See, I had to lean over. See how to do that? I had to lean over closer to my other computer, man. I'm old, man. I'm old, but I just clicked on it. Yeah, I went and looked at your YouTube channel, man. Looks like you do a lot of anime stuff.
Oh. Pastor Dane, that was some good bucking, boy. You gotta have a dig of God to be able to get that bitch to scream the way I be getting the scream. Hey, Pastor Dane. Hey, Pastor Dane. Pastor Dane. Boy, you gotta have a dig of the Lord to get that bitch to scream the way I be getting the scream, Pastor Dane. Hey, Pastor Dane, let me tell you what happened to me one time. One time I was in a homeless shelter, and you know they pass out drawers and stuff. And guess what they passed me? Some tidy whities, and it was too small. And I told her, I said, look at me. They were like, what? I said, I am a black man. And the female still just busts out laughing because she understand, right? This dick can't fit in all drawers like you can, right? And this is part why y'all was so inferior to me. You had black women who have dated white men.
You see how he actually is standing there thinking about my dick, man. That's some damn energy right there.
My dick. You know, I got the dick of the Lord. This is where you come from. You know, black men is your original father. You come from a black man's dick, right? You're not white. You this color. This is white right here. Your skin color, your hair this color, but your skin is this color. Look, let's put both of us together.
So, the Emperor, looks like what you got written here is like a legislative proposal.
Man, fuck your proposal. How many kids you got, Pastor Dane? Pastor Dane, how many kids you had?
I've raised 5 of them.
How many kids you was birthed, like created?
I didn't birth any of them, man, because I ain't built for that.
You was a bitch.
There ain't a man on the planet. There's not a man on the planet who has birthed a child. There's not a man on the planet.
Oh my God. You talk about being hunters and gatherers, and you definitely did do what God calls you to do.
I mean, he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand, man. He doesn't understand that men don't birth children. My pelvis is not designed for that.
You raised another man's semen, Pastor Dane.
That's not what I said, stupid ass. I didn't say I've raised another man's thing. You asked me how many children I've birthed. There's not a man on the planet that has ever birthed a child.
I said how many children you created. You said
you said never birthed. You said birth.
How many children you created?
Yeah.
How many children that you created?
They all 5 of mine. What's the point?
You took a DNA test?
Okay.
Have you took a DNA test? We have seen on Maury where men done raised kids and none of the kids was theirs.
Okay.
Have you took a DNA test? You trust that much?
When you don't live a trashy life, when you don't live a trashy life, and you don't hang around trashy people, that's typically not a problem.
Jordan, thank you so much for the $4 super sticker. Salute to you, buddy. Positivity's coming your way. Who else is in the building? Miguel, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. They always overtalk JP because he's black. It's a shame. Is that true? Go ahead, guys.
It got nothing to do with because he's black. It's because he's stupid.
Well, my dick ain't stupid. It know exactly what hole it want to go in, right? You trusted that bitch like that. One of them kids come out and at least 3 of them ain't yours. Then who would be the stupid motherfucker, me or you? Because all my DNA tests say they mine.
You'd still be the stupid one. You don't know
them kids yours for real.
You'd still be the stupid one.
You don't even know them kids yours for real.
You don't know your kids are yours.
I got DNA tests.
No, what you got DNA results, but you don't know if the results were accurate. You don't know anything. Can you tell me what DNA, what those 3 letters mean?
Oh, so okay.
Can you tell me? Can you tell me? Can you tell me if those what DNA actually means?
Yes, I can.
What's that?
Dick and ass.
Yeah. You don't know. You don't know. So what happened? What happened because you stick it?
Hey guys, whoever Avil is, Avil, can you get on camera, buddy? Avil.
No, I don't want to do that.
All right, let's get you the fuck out of here then. All right, go ahead.
As far as I'm concerned, I could be your kid's daddy.
So what happened?
You can't dispute me on it.
No, because all of my kids are like head and shoulders smarter than you. But what it is, because you going around just fucking whores, so you picking whores for your parents. You pick, but then why are you worried about a DNA test? She ain't no whore.
No, I'm saying you should be getting a DNA test.
I'm asking you. You said that you know all your kids are yours because you had DNA tests. The only reason to have a DNA test is if you think your wife's a whore.
I think all women is whores.
See there? So you going around fucking whores because, again, you're so low brow. So then you're like, well, I'm going to go get these DNA tests.
Kids with?
What?
Are you still with the woman that you got kids by?
I said earlier, I've been married for 35 years.
And that you mean to tell me that bitch didn't cheat on you not one time?
What kind of question is that? I mean, okay, let's say for 35 years she's been cheating on me. How would I know?
Right. That means a couple of them kids cannot be yours. One part won't be yours.
I mean, in your world, sure. In your world, sure. But let's say, like you just tried to say a minute ago, when you asked me a stupid question, like how many children have I birthed? Let's say that all 5 of them. Let's say all 5 of them kids, none of them are mine. I still fed them and raised them like a man's supposed to do. I didn't marry the government. I didn't put myself in the position of a woman.
You were not only the kids not yours, but you set up there and spend money and waste your time in a life of raising some other man's semen. How would that?
If I didn't know that they weren't my children, but I took care of them. Excuse me. Can I finish what I was saying? Can I finish my question? Look, man, can I finish my question? Can I finish my question? Can I finish my question?
No, the definition of stupid is not knowing. So that will make you stupid because you didn't know.
Okay.
I mean, stupid.
Oh, I know.
His wife is something special. I'm sorry, Pastor Dane. When she was young, she was giving that pussy up.
JP.
Yeah.
Now, what you said about this man's wife was a little out of line. Because if he in turn says something about you, it's a back and forth. You didn't have to do that about the man's wife. You have to do that.
All I'm saying is you have to take a DNA test. You cannot trust women. This man went 35 years thinking that he got a good woman, and just because we can't say nothing about her, that don't mean that she was up there busting it open for other men. Ain't no woman on the planet been completely loyal to no one man for no 35 years.
How you know that?
The nature of woman is very sexual.
No,
the nature of woman.
That's true. That's true. I'm agreeing with you. A woman's nature is to be very sexual because that's how she gets resources from men. Okay, your nature, according to what I've heard you saying all day today, is very sexual, and that's why you have the mindset of a woman.
Miguel, thank you so much, man. Miguel with the $2 super chat. No, CTJP is right. Answer the question, Dave.
Did I answer that question?
I don't even know what question he's talking about.
How you know your wife have not been cheating on you?
How do you know your wife had been cheating on you?
I don't have a wife. I got baby mamas.
Oh, so you didn't even have enough honor to have a wife. You just got a baby mama.
No,
that makes sense. That makes sense why you would want a DNA test. That makes sense why you'd want a DNA test.
Honor. Who determines what's honorable? You talking about religious base that one created by God, one manufactured by God, manufactured by people who look like you that known to lie?
You can live your life as a complete worthless sleazeball, dead weight on society if you want to, man. That's your life. Do it.
He's like Nutty Professor, and I'm that dude, and I'm the dude when he drunk that blue stuff. I'm him that would choke you up if you being my boss trying to tell me what to do. See, he clung. Right?
I'm sure that means something to somebody.
Right? I would choke your ass up trying to tell me what to do. I don't go off what you tell me what I need to be doing. Who the fuck is you?
Yeah, I know. That's typical woman speak.
My dick wanna do.
That's how women think.
Whatever my dick decide to do,
women think.
Damn it. You better watch your fucking mouth, goddammit.
That's how women think.
And get women pregnant.
Yeah, I know. That's how women think. That's why women think. You can't tell me how to live. I'm going to do what I want to do, because women don't have to be concerned with the survival of civilization. And that's what you're saying. The same thing you saying.
None of us do. We don't live in that time, stupid.
Men do. Men do.
When last time you've been surviving? When last time you had to go out there and hunt and grab and get the way you build look like you order DoorDash Monday through Friday.
See, that's good. That's good. But without men, civilization would collapse. That's just the bottom line. The power grid would collapse. The power grid would collapse. The food supply would collapse without men.
Brother Dane, you had no parts in that though.
I had part. How do you know what my life has been in 55 years? What jobs I've done? What I do even right now? How do you know?
Because I don't see your face on none. I don't see your face on.
You ain't got to see my face on nothing. You ain't got to see my face on nothing. Hold up. Let me ask you a question. You claiming that I can't claim as part of men who protect and maintain civilization because, according to you, I don't have no part in that. But every time you run out of answers, you want to talk about slavery and how that entitles you to something. Now, how does both of those get to be true at the same time?
My dick give me entitlement.
Yeah, see, that's all I mean. It's a shame. It's a shame that the gray matter in your head was wasted on that kind of thinking as far as you can go with it.
You don't determine what's masculine and what's popular.
I'm not determining it. I'm describing it. I'm not determining it. I'm describing it.
That's where you got like fucked up at, because you think that all black people will sit up there and subscribe to what you don't
have any idea what I think. What I think about all black people. Relax, lady. Relax, lady. Relax, lady.
I say and do, that's what goes. I breathe in this air.
Calm down, lady.
This is my life. I own this bitch.
Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down, lady. Calm down. You calm? You got it off your chest?
I do what I want to do. This is my life.
I know that's what women and children say. That's what women and children say.
White men punk ass.
I know. I understand. That's what women and children say.
White man punk ass.
Go ahead. Calm down, lady. Can you calm down? Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down, lady.
You got inferior complexion.
Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down.
Listen to you.
Calm down. Calm down.
And I got
calm down. Calm down. Calm down, man. Calm down. Calm down.
Little bitty boy.
There you go. I don't understand why a grown man would want to talk about another man's dick. I don't understand that. Like I said, that's that very them energy.
Boy, you better recognize it. Shut up, boy.
Okay. The things that you're saying are the things that women and children say because they're being taken care of by men.
So fucking
and that's where you're at. And that's where you're at. Well, I don't know if you're comfortable. If you're comfortable living the life of a woman.
Since when do the pimp work and he got hoes?
If you're comfortable living like a woman, then live like a woman.
I'm living like a pimp and y'all the hoes.
Man, if you're happy, if you're happy being dependent. Man, just being dependent on other men, that's fine. Be dependent. Be dependent.
Keep your fucking head down, hoe. And go out there. What today is? Well, you got the weekend off, hoe. Come Monday morning, you better get it together. Get your thoughts together. Go out there and make my bread, bitch. You hear me, bitch? Because I need this roof off my head. I need my food stamps paid. Bitch, you better go out there and work come Monday morning. I don't give a fuck how old you is, bitch. Yeah. You ain't going to retire till you're 70, bitch. You hear me, bitch?
I'm sure that means something to somebody.
Yeah, that means something to the majority of y'all. Because what I'm saying, you going to have to live it. You can't retire till you damn near 70, bitch. Keep your fucking head down. Don't you come talking and complaining.
Is anything you say and actually meaning anything?
Yes.
No, it's not.
I'm paying y'all because you said you paying my bills while I get to sit on my ass. I'm a pimp and you a hoe. You fat white bat. You gonna
No, he's not. He's not done.
Pig skin looking ass. Come Monday morning and continue to pay my rent, bitch.
See, he doesn't understand that all of what he's talking. I saw that trashiness.
Pink feet. We're gonna call you pink feet. Pink feet. Go out there and slave for me, boy. You my boy.
He acts like he thinks He acts like I actually have a job. That's his mistake he's making.
Bitch, your son gonna work for me, bitch.
He actually,
all your son's working for me, bitch.
He actually thinks my son has a job.
All the kids you raised is working for me.
CT, if you don't have to answer this question, man, if it's too personal, but do you operate under a LLC?
I can't answer that one.
Okay. I'm just saying, because the point I was gonna make. The point I was gonna make is through an LLC with an S corp, which is what I have. Is that we don't pay Social Security and Medicare taxes, and there's a lot of tax shelters that we have, with the corporations, and depending on whether you C corp, S corp, Inc., that sort of stuff.
Somebody in your family paying my bills.
So like people like myself who are unemployed, but we own a corporation. See, then the corporation is paid, and since the corporation belongs to us as our personal property, then every asset of the corporation is also our personal property. So the money in the corporation's bank account is our personal property,
I don't give a fuck about that.
and therefore, we end up not having to pay self-employment taxes or anything like that.
I don't give a damn about that,
well, I'm just making the point that you don't even understand that I don't even have a job, so I'm not paying your rent.
Your family is, your kids is.
You don't know what my kids are doing.
So they don't work.
You're just making it up. You're just making it up. You're just making it up.
They're a shiftless piece of shit too.
No, but they could be self-employed business owners just like me.
And businesses got to pay taxes, you stupid motherfucker.
I just explained to you that they do not. An S corp LLC does not. You don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Somebody in your family gonna pay my bills, boy.
You hope so, because you're just a lazy, unproductive, worthless piece of humanity.
Everybody in your family own their own business.
Sure, let's say they do.
You a lying heifer.
How you know?
Pink
How
feet.
you know?
Shut the fuck up. I got more power than you. I'm government protected.
You don't have any power.
I'm
You are powerless, because as soon as the government gets ready to, they can stop paying you. And then where are you going to be?
I can report your business.
You don't have to. You can report all you want. It's called DD&S LLC. That's the LLC. So you can report all you want, because everything I'm doing is legal. That's why Donald Trump pays less income tax than his secretary pays.
And all of this racist stuff you be saying, bro, I can get your business shut down tomorrow.
You can't do nothing, man. You can't do anything. You can't even pronounce the word saxophone.
You racist? You know how I can twist that
You
shit?
can't even pronounce the word saxophone. You can't do nothing. You can't do nothing.
You know how I can twist that shit?
You can't
Your
do
business will be
nothing.
closed by next week.
You can't do nothing.
Really, a business owner having racial slurs on the internet, being racist, and you having a business.
Correct.
The backlash and the cancellation. Boy, boy, you better shut the fuck up. I'm in control.
Correct. Well, all I know to tell you, lady, listen, ma'am, calm down. All I know to tell you, if you're that confident, is prove me wrong. Prove yourself.
I can't.
No, okay, then prove it. Then prove it.
I can get you shut down, boy.
Then prove it. Then do it. Then do it.
What's the name of your business? What's the name of your business, Pink Feet?
That's what it is. It's Pink Feet LLC.
It's Pink Feet
LLC.
That's all right. I can look up by your name. You already gave your name.
That's fine.
Your business will be shut down by tomorrow.
Yeah. You got to get up out of bed to do that. What are you trying to say, Demperor?
Now he's shaking. That coffee cup shaking. Ooh. Electrolytes. Thanks, EBT. What'd you say, boy? What'd you say? Why your face look red? What'd you say, boy? I love, that's why I'm talking to you slaves. I said, I ain't supposed to give y'all no respect. Y'all got to go to work this Monday morning. Boy, repeat yourself or keep it to yourself. Now, what the fuck you say, boy? You don't ask your pimp, are he done? You a disobedient bitch.
That's all he's got, man. That's all he's got.
Yeah. When my bills get paid every month, y'all gonna pay it.
He's a dependent. That's all he's got, man.
Call it what you want to call it. I'm a pimp.
Yeah.
And they the hoe. When you get through talking. You know, you can't take me serious, not right now.
Oh, I ain't taking him seriously.
You know, that's the stupidest shit I can hear a black man call or a black person say, calling another black person racist. You got to be the stupidest boy on the planet. You let them white people trick your mind like that, boy. You submit to that white man like he do like a black bitch. Look how your voice sounds. You got that white man's dick in your throat. You need to cough that shit out your throat. That white man's wee. The way you pronounce the way you promotionate your words, your mannerisms is kind of giving. Making me feel kind of funny. It's making me feel funny.
Oh, they're going to have it bad enough already, so you're right there.
No, they're going to have it good. They're going to have a lot of kids and get on welfare.
Yeah.
They're going to repeat the cycle. Take advantage of you white man's program. And what you going to do about it? What you gonna do about it, Pink Feet? What you gonna do about it? You thought you was gonna come up here and shame me off that? Use the white man's terminology to shame me? Who do you think I am? CT?
No.
Boy, I'm not CT. Boy, I am not CT, boy.
I could tell.
I don't give a damn about your shaming tactics. I don't give a damn about adding up to your white man's program. I'm not no motherfucking Republican room. I don't care about sucking the white man's wee-wee, right? I don't give two shits about sucking the white man's wee-wee. Now, what I do give a fuck about is manipulating his system.
Manipulating, huh?
Benefits.
Manipulating?
Yes. It
I
makes
think
me.
the-
It put a
I
smile
think the
on
word
my
you're
face.
looking for is manipulation, not manipulation. But okay.
I don't give a fuck. That's not my original tongue. As long as these kicking in, bitch, I don't want to hear shit.
Yeah.
And I thank you slaves for kicking this shit in. I love pimping you hoes. Y'all make my pockets grow.
To respond to what you said earlier when you said something about I couldn't shame you.
Thanks,
My purpose was never to come on here and shame you because I could tell already that you're shameless. My point was to come on here and obliterate your lifestyle as far as the chat is concerned. The audience that hears you talking that craziness. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. The audience that's hearing you talk this stupid shit about how this is what makes a man a man. So I wasn't here to try to convince you of anything because you're pretty much a lost cause. I came on to speak up in defense of what actual manhood is, and I've accomplished that. I've accomplished my goal. I've accomplished my goal of explaining for the purpose of the chat what constitutes manhood and masculinity and the patriarchy. That's all I came here for. As far as you, what you do with your life, I don't actually care. I don't actually care. I don't care. Go ahead. Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, lady.
Bottom hand.
Calm down, lady. Calm down, lady. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, lady. Calm down. As long as I have the opportunity, which I took to come on panel to speak to the chat as to actually what manhood is, that's all I wanted to do. That's all I wanted to do was come on here and use you as a way to promote actual honorable manhood.
Let me be for real. You think they still listen to white men?
I guess you're supposed to say white man.
Hey, Dane, do you think they still listen to you? Dang, do you think the blacks still listen to you and think what you got to say they value like it's important?
If who still listens to me?
Do you think black people still listen to you? I convinced them. I didn't convince them.
I don't.
Made them aware.
Do you want me to answer the question?
Yes, I made them aware.
Okay, I don't. Okay, let me know when you're ready for me to answer.
I made black folks aware that we should never been taking advice from our opposing end. The only one thing that we need to be doing is using you as much as we can with no heart. We're not supposed to have no empathy for you.
Are you ready for me to answer?
No sympathy for you. We're not supposed to.
Are you ever gonna let me answer?
We ain't supposed to do a motherfucking thing.
You've said all that a million times. So I get to answer your question. Okay, you asked me if I think that the black men care about what I say or whatever. Or black people care about what I say. See, I reject the premise of the question because unlike you and a lot of racists, black and white, I don't believe that black people think in some sort of a hive mind. I believe that black people could think just as individualistically and just as independently as anybody else. So I reject the idea that black people think together. So, but if you're going to ask me instead, if there's black people that I have influenced who do care what I have to say, then I know for an absolute fact that there is. So I hope that answers your question. Why don't everybody ever ask somebody?
They don't care about what you say. They just think they could get something from you.
Yeah,
you know how many times I manipulate churches and I pretend like I gave a fuck about what they were saying.
That's
y'all stroking y'all ego to gain something from you.
Okay, that is your perspective because that's the world you live in, man.
We don't give a fuck about you.
What? How is it? What entitles you to be able to speak for black people?
Because I got the skin of a black man, and I got the dick that create black people.
So you think?
My dick created black people, boy.
So you think that all black people think alike?
They better get on my program.
Okay, well then people like George Wallace and Strom Thurmond and Robert Byrd and such, you could look up who they are. I'm sure you've never heard those names, but the Dixiecrats from way back, George Wallace says segregation today, segregation tomorrow, segregation forever. They also believe that all black people thought alike. So, I mean, those sorts of Robert Byrd actually at one time was the grand wizard for the Klan in this country. So, I mean, you're in great agreement with those guys if that's okay with you. And hey, it's your business. Emperor, I put my Twitter there in the back chat. If it doesn't look like with your microphone level being so low, it doesn't look like you and I are going to actually be able to talk, but you seem to, yeah. But you do seem to be a pretty smart guy from what I have heard you talk. And so you and I probably have some interesting conversations if we ever had an opportunity to do that. So hit me up on Twitter, man. You can hop over to my Facebook, man. It's my regular name. Dane Snyder is my name. So
how did it make you feel, Emperor, that white man gave you a compliment? That make you feel good about yourself? No, I'm saying, how did it make you feel that white man gave you a compliment? How do you feel that the white man gave you a compliment, though? It made you feel like a man because you got validated by a white man. So you need a white man to validate you.
Hit me up on Twitter. I can if you need some advice, I can give you some advice on how to avoid a lot of that, man.
So you need a white man to validate you. No, you pay my bills because he was forced to. You pay my bills because you are forced to. You're not willingly paying it. No, you don't pay your taxes. You get a whole lot of your taxes. No, we take your taxes. We take your taxes. You can't fuck with the government. You can't fuck with the government.
Hopefully. I don't know that I understand the question, man. So
well, you don't need to take the question there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, people in general, human beings, I mean, they deal with weaknesses in their humanity. Some of it's because of, different ways they were raised, different mindsets were put on them, different experiences they had. So like knowing your purpose and working towards fulfilling your purpose, fulfilling your duties, especially as a man, I think you can know what that is, but then there's still a struggle that goes on in a man's mind of trying to fulfill those duties and fulfill that purpose, while at the same time dealing with whatever mental, psychological, physical weaknesses, handicaps he may have. I mean, that's all part of being a man. You get up every morning and you get to work and you push yourself. Don't know no better than what? Oh, there's a lot of people that don't, man. I was raised by a single mother, and she was a great single mother. I mean, she did the best she could, but she couldn't raise me and prepare me for being a man. Do what now? Man, look, I got married when I was 19 years old, and my first child was born a few months later, right after I turned 20. And so I had to learn some shit in motion, like actually on the job. Because like my natural father was a bandito. Are you familiar with the banditos? They're a 1% motorcycle club. They're a global crime syndicate, like the Hells Angels and the Pistoleros, the Banditos. They were founded in the late 60s in Galveston, Texas. They're a global crime syndicate now. But my natural father was a bandito. So he was married to my mother about 5 years, long enough to make me and my brother. And then he broke camp. And then my mother was a single mother for about 10 years. And then she married my stepfather. But the only thing my stepfather knew how to do was keep mama happy. So, when I first got married, man, like I said, I was 19 years old. First got married, and my girlfriend was pregnant and everything. I thought I was prepared, but man, I didn't know shit. But now I have 4 sons and a daughter. Now, my youngest son's 25 and my oldest is 35. And so when they go on jobs and different positions they have to go into in the community that's like expected of men, they often have people tell them that they think that they're a lot older than what they are. But it's because even though my oldest child is a young millennial and my youngest child is a Gen Z, even though they're still equipped to take care of their duties as men, that a lot of their peers aren't, because their peers were raised by single mothers, or they had fathers in the home. The father was one of those, well, she's an adult too, she has an opinion, and we're 50-50 partners. He was very passive and modern and feminist and everything. So we end up with these boys that are 25 to 35 years old, and they don't know how to lead. They don't know how to really lead a woman, much less lead the community. They're very into how they feel and that kind of stuff. But my sons aren't like that. But often when I was raising those boys, I might figure it out the first week of January, and I'm teaching it to them the second week of January. You see what I'm saying? So I went through that, raising my boys. But '55 and say, man, I knew a lot at 55, but there's a whole bunch I didn't know. To me, that's all part of being a man. Is when you come across other men, other experiences, other men and stuff, is that you're studying them, you're listening to them, you're taking advice from them. Of course, once you've verified that they actually have good sense and something to offer you, that sort of thing. Because when I was 19, 20, 21, really on up, approaching 30 years old, it was other men I worked with, men I would go to church with back then, neighbors, that cared enough about me and my family to come and tell me I need to man up. Yeah. I mean, to an extent. Well, that's a lot of it, but part of it too, like the philosophy of, it takes a village. See, that comes from the feminine mind, and that's true. Because before feminism, women, they would get together and do laundry together, and they'd hull peas, and they'd have quilting bees, and they'd get together and complain about their husbands and their kids and stuff. They had that community. They'd babysit one another's kids and that sort of stuff. Now that most women are having to work, then they're having to hire professional strangers to do those things. And because they don't get that girl time together to get it off of their chest and have a good cry, then they go to the therapist and they get the pills and stuff like that to help them with that anxiety and stress and that sort of stuff. But me, uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Right. Uh-huh. Yeah. But what happened is those men nowadays, especially ones younger than me, they were taught through the public school system and the television and stuff that those masculine drives in them, that there was something unhealthy or predatory about it. That standing up, taking the lead, that sort of stuff. They were taught that, in society still teaching this, that to make a man a better man, you need to make him more female, and to make a woman a better woman, you need to make her more male. And so men, for instance, this whole thing, teach men to cry. Every once in a while, that campaign comes around. Men, by and large, crying over their stress or anxiety, depression, and problems is not how men typically do that. Men want to get out there and get physical activity, build something, get in the boxing ring. Not me, because I never could understand getting in a ring and beating on each other, because that just didn't seem like my thing. But men, physical activity that raises our testosterone, gives us a dopamine hit, that sort of stuff. That's how men deal with anxiety and depression and those sorts of things. But society says, oh, you need to sit around and have a talk about it, and you need to have a good cry, and they want us to process our emotions like women process their emotions. So they've feminized men and they've masculinized women, and in the process they've destroyed the hierarchy of the patriarchy, where, like, if and this is why there's never been a building on the planet built exclusively by women, because they work in that village. Men work in a hierarchy. So when I don't know what kind of work you've done for a living, but I spent years working in heavy industry. So you go onto a crew, pipe fitters, pipe welders, electricians, machinists and stuff. Like, there wouldn't be a struggle, some kind of political, social struggle about who does what. The crew would come and would sort itself out for who was the preferred pipe welder. Because I don't know if you know anything about pipe welding, but they're not all created equal. Who was the preferred pipe welder? Maybe everybody's good pipe fitters, but if you got this particular difficult fit, we'll call, Mike over here, because he's real good at those kinds of fits. You see what I'm saying? And there wasn't a social struggle about, Mike just thinks he can just fit up anything. Well, I can fit too. There wasn't all of that, because the goal within the hierarchy is accomplishing the goal. Whereas the goal within that village is that everyone feels seen and noticed and appreciated and supported. It's just, and I'm not saying one's better than the other, but they have two different purposes in the world. But men have been taught, especially men my kids' age, that they should be more interested in the village. And it's just ontologically, masculinity is just not built like that. So that's why you end up with these guys sitting at home. Yeah, right. Right. Uh-huh. Are you talking about Delilah, Samson and Delilah? Yeah, that was Samson. The big dude had his hair cut. The Philistines came. That's Joseph. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're talking about Potiphar's wife. Yeah, little hoe tried to throw herself at him. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. In a situation like that sounds almost like what JP tried to posit himself as with this issue he had on his job. Was like, oh, well, she threw herself at him. Yeah. That's what my bachelor's is actually in, though, is religious studies and theology and stuff. So, yes, I'm fairly familiar with it. But you're right, though. I mean, a lot of folks in church, I don't know what kind of church you go to if you go to church, but I'm a Protestant, and I'm down here in the lower Protestant churches. And a lot of people down here refer to the Bible as like being a handbook of directions. But it's really not that. You really have to study it, and you have to really sing out its teachings, because the teachings of Scripture is so much deeper than just like an instruction manual or a. Right. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I got you. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right. Right. Yeah. Well, the government has always, through history, has been at war with the church, because you have a setup of two different kings. You have the government on the secular side, and then you have the religion as being the leader on the religious side. So the government has always been at odds with the church and with religion and that sort of stuff, except for where the government could co-opt religion, like they did in the 40s over in Europe. Yeah. Or like the small mustache man did with a lot of the German church over there, where it became the mouthpiece. King Henry did it a lot with the Anglican church as well, centuries ago, when he separated from Roman Catholicism and appointed himself as the head of the church. So it becomes an arm of the government. But aside from that, people who are true to the faithful, religiously speaking, whether they're Christian or Buddhist or anything like that, the government sees that as a threat to their authority. It's like even when Christ was on trial before Pilate, and they're like, the charge was that he declared himself the king. Yeah. Why he already has all that? Yeah. I don't think that you're going to be the exception to people who've tried to make a deal with the devil in the past. You know, that's what they said about Robert Johnson, you know, the blues guitarist. You know, they claim that he made a deal with the devil, the reason that he could play so well. And I think he ended up dying at like 27 of a drug overdose and that kind of stuff. But you know, they portrayed him in that George Clooney movie, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? If you've ever seen that movie, but they had a character in there, but it's supposed to be Robert Johnson. I don't know if you listen to blues, man, but I do. Yeah. Yeah. Some of it is. Oh, but man, if the blues are really the blues, man, they make you feel better because they sound so sad. It's kind of like, I don't know, but it's kind of the same thing when I talk to JP. I ain't talk to JP, and he's so stupid, it makes me feel less smarter. Oh, he probably listening. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We don't want to speak the devil up. I guess CT would have taken a nap, man. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Probably that all that pressure it crammed into that little bitty head of his, man. You, yeah, I get what you're saying. There's not a whole bunch you can do about it, but I'm not cool with it myself. I mean, somebody just sit back saying they just gonna be elite. To me, yeah. To me, it's an offense towards manhood and masculinity in general. It's a dereliction of duty, man. You know, and that means that guys like me and you, we have to work even harder to carry the load for, you know, society. Yeah, but if men like that would, Yeah, the thing is though, man, we're taking care of other people's kids by and large because they're not taking care of them, just like JP, you know, whatever. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think men like me and you though could at least, because some of the people they don't. It's just a matter of they don't know any better because that's the way they were raised. They grew up on the system, and that's all they know is the system. Well, I mean those people don't deserve quite as much scorn as I'd have for say JP or whatever. But I still think it's a duty of men, just part of our leadership, to speak up and tell them different. Now they make a choice. I'm not saying we should be harassing them or causing physical harm or making their life even worse. But I think as men, as leaders, we should still speak up to people like that, especially men. You know, like I see women on social media all the time. They'll be all over social media. Yeah. What? Yeah. 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 Well, what I was going to say is, like, I see these women on social media all the time, and a lot of their content has to do with, look at how pretty I am. They'll be doing little dance routines, or they'll be, advertising their clothing. But some of it will be women presenting themselves as hoes and skanks and tramps and stuff like that. Yeah, but that's fine. I mean, that's their business. But it's like some of the content over on my channel. What I address is women that go into the workplace or whatever, and they say, well, I want to be respected on the same level as a man. I don't want to be thought of as a hoe or a skank or whatever. I want to be thought of as competent and respected. But then my question to them is, why don't y'all go to the hoes and the skanks that are out here proud in the streets and all over social media and they're on OnlyFans and stuff, selling pictures of the butthole? Why don't y'all go to those women and call them to a higher standard? Well, women is not going to do that because they're all about that village. They don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. They want to do like that other woman was doing earlier and try to tell men what a good masculine man is, but they won't go to women and to be better women. So that's another reason why I think that masculine men, I think it's our duty to go to men who are not fulfilling their duties and call them to a certain level of repentance. Now, whether or not they actually repent, like I had no delusions at all that JP was going to say, you know, I never thought about it that day, and I'm going to go overhaul my whole life and my home and stuff. It wasn't going to happen, but it was still an opportunity for me to speak against it, speak up for men fulfilling their duties and taking care of their children, and at least a chance for me to explain what the problem was with his mindset for whomever might be in the chat or might watch this video at a later date. Yeah, I got it pulled up. I just hadn't had a chance to read over, but I got it pulled up on a tab over here. Yeah. Oh, I'd have to read over it to really have a qualified opinion. Okay. Yeah. Really? What was it they said violated the TOS? Yeah, what were you monetized? Oh yeah. I'm not either. I gotta get my watch hours up to get monetized. I've got enough subs and I've met every other benchmark. My problem is I don't go live or stream quite as often as I should. So that's something I've been trying to be more consistent with. It's just like any other job. If you don't go to work, you don't get paid. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Yeah. My problem, what I end up doing is there's a part of me, like when I tell people I'm a redneck, I spell redneck N-E-Q-U-E, because, I'm a little bougie. I'm not your average N-E-C-K redneck. I'm N-E-Q-U-E. But my problem is when I started doing this a few months ago is I wanted my audio as good as I could get it. I wanted my video, my lighting, my backdrop, having to teach myself OBS and StreamYards and Restream and how to get all of that stuff to work together. Yeah, but it's pretty close to where I want it to be right now. Like you see my logo behind me and my backdrop and all that kind of stuff. So it's pretty close. But it's not perfect. But what I'm doing right now is I'm basically saying the weaknesses and the gaps I have between where I'm at and where I want to be. Just about the only way I'm gonna be able to fill those in is to just start streaming more regular, putting out more content, and just kind of sharpening, polishing my content. And less of trying to get it all perfect before I start posting or streaming or whatever. And that's where I'm at right now. So, because I'll sit around like right now, if somebody wanted to pay me to be a consultant on stuff like OBS and stuff, that's how much research and, trial and error and stuff I've gone through. And so that's my people that don't realize I've, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. The like premium fuel there said something about give Dane his black card. I don't even know why he would say that in the chat. I don't know, man. I've lived in a lot of places. Some gal on here on this stream a couple of weeks ago, it was so funny, man. One day asked me if I was albino. Well, that's something that some black people bring up against white people. They say we're albino, but I wasn't sure at first. Is that like one of those underhanded insults you're going for? And then, yeah, it's just typically people who are albinos will have like pink eyes and everything else, but but she asked me that, and when I realized, I was pretty sure she wasn't just trying to insult me or whatever, and that was kind of disappointing because I enjoy engaging in insults back and forth, man, Man, I'm a redneck, man. It's just all part of life for me and for people like me. But and then I told her, I said, basically, as far as I know, I'm a blonde hair, not a blonde hair, but a blue eyed white guy. Why is that? And then she said something about my accent had her confused. Well, I don't know, man. I live in South Alabama. I mean, that's all I know. Yeah, I live on 5 acres. Yeah. Well, I'm on 5 acres, and I got one of the smaller yards in this area, this little town. Most of these guy across the street's on 40 acres. The guy next door, he's on 10 acres. So, yeah, yeah. I ain't no farmer. Yeah, yeah. I've thought about making some mead. I got a bunch of honey. A friend of mine's got like 5 beehives here on my land. He lives in town, and his HOA don't let him have beehives in his backyard. So I got a bunch of honey in there that he gave me, and I've been wanting to make some mead, man. But it's just a matter of time, and because honey ain't cheap. Yeah, but see, honey ain't cheap. Now, I got this pretty cheap because his hives are on my land, but honey ain't cheap. So if I go to make the mead, I've never made mead before, and I screw it up, then I've screwed up all that honey. So, yeah. Yeah. Have you ever had mead before? Yeah. There's a guy that I met on these chats. He goes by Wicked Dreams 187. He spends a lot of time over there on No Fugazi. And he's actually a gourmet chef down in South Florida. And yeah, you ought to come back over there. I still go over there some, but I just don't have as much time as I used to. I mean, I'm still a member, so, but no, Wicked Dreams sent me a little box of cookies that he made, because he's like a gourmet chef there in South Florida. And they came in today. They were some kind of like Italian amaretto that was made out of almond paste. So it wasn't even made out of flour. And they were like the first letter of my last name. All the little cookies were in the shape of a nest. They're pretty good too, though, but I don't have the patience to do that kind of stuff myself. I mean, I cook a lot, but as far as like making these gourmet meals and cookies and stuff, doing all of that. But I mean, you meet people online, and that's where I met Wicked, was on No Fugazi. He and I are pretty regularly on another podcast that's on Monday nights at 8:30 Central Time, where I'm at. And it's called The Vulcan Soapbox. And CT's been on it before, but what they try to do, the 3 guys who started it, they're black guys, but what their goal is to try to teach logical skills and methods and critical thinking to the public, specifically in the original. And I think this is still a big part of it, trying to teach it to other black people by and large. And so I started going on. I ran into Vulcan. He popped up on a No Fugazi panel one time. That's where I met him. And then they asked me to come on, and just my personality, because their panel is, I like blood sports, like when I was going back and forth with JP a minute ago. That's what I enjoy. And so, but Vulcan Soapbox is a lot more controlled. The way I compare it is, what I enjoy doing is more like a bar fight, but what Vulcan Soapbox is doing is more like a jiu-jitsu tournament. You know, it's a lot more strategic and precise and tactical and stuff. So that gives me a chance to actually have a legitimate debate without just going back and forth and talking over people and asking them if their mama had any children that lived, you know. Uh-oh. You're talking about the pulling out the assets of the corporation for yourself? Okay. Yeah, okay. I'm trying to follow you. Right. 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 Yeah, but they typically choose their locations. Any retail establishment like that is going to choose a location based on where they think that their customer base is going to be. Well, I think you're tripping because what you're talking. What was that? Yeah, I know, but I'm saying I don't think that's true because what you're talking about there is basically Marxist, ideas. It's sounds like a diet socialism to me because this would be my objection to it. The people who own that company, if it's a corporation, are the shareholders. And just like the money that my corporation gets paid is my property because the corporation is my property, that corporation is the property of the corporation's shareholders. And so that the money and all of the assets are the property of those corporation shareholders. So it sounds like you're asking me whether or not there's a moral obligation for that company to take some of their assets and sow it back into the community around them for the benefit of the community. I mean, okay. If that's essentially what you're asking, then my answer would be that person or that group of people that own that corporation, that they have a moral right and a constitutional right to be secure in their property, to where they can do whatever they want with their assets. And then the people in the community, if it's a public facing community corporation, especially if they make their money off of the community, like say like Costco, the people in the community, if they have an objection to that, well, then they're free to not do business with that corporation, and in that way influence the decision of the shareholders and the board and stuff. But as far as there being some sort of an imposition of, well, you're making money on the community, so you're required to spend money back into the community, to me, that would violate their constitutional rights to be secure in their person, property, and effects. Well, that's not typically how it works, but let me ask you this. But there's a lot of stuff that goes into that other than just how you've got it simplified down. But let me ask you this. Yeah, let me ask you this. Okay. So if that corporation belongs to its shareholders, and if everything that belongs to the corporation would thereby also belong to the shareholders, then 100% of the money and 100% of the real estate and 100% of the equipment and materials and so on and so forth is the property. I know, but 100% of it belongs to the shareholders. So my question is this: if 100% of the corporation's assets belong to the shareholders, then what right is it of the people in the community or the government or anyone else who doesn't own that property? What right is it for them to come in and be entitled to say, well, 25% of it has to be passed out amongst us? Like, where does that entitlement come from when they didn't risk the money for the business? They didn't do the work. They didn't have the sleepless nights making sure the business got off the ground, making sure the business works. They didn't invest anything. They just managed to not die and live in the area. So what is it that entitles them, and how would you do that without violating the property rights of the owners of the corporation? How does it not apply? But you haven't really answered the question I asked you. 100% belongs to the owners of the business. 100% of it. 100% of it. So what you're saying is that you're going to compel 25% to be taken from them, or for them to be forced to spend the 25% in some way. What is it that... But what I'm asking you though, what I'm asking, it doesn't sound like you're getting close to answering my question. What I'm asking you is, given the fact that the business owner owns 100%, what is it that gives you, the government, or anybody the authority or the right to go to that business owner and tell him how to, he is required to manage his property? But I'm asking you, what entitles them to do, what gives them the right to tell that other person what they have to do with their property? I know what it is, but I'm asking you, what gives them the right to regulate it? I mean, the fact that the right's already being violated doesn't explain what gives them the right to regulate it. Well, you are because when you go to that man and tell him what he's compelled to do with his property, you may not be physically taking it from him, but you're telling him. That's what, do you know, can you give me a definition for socialism? But good business according to what you think is good business. According to what you describe as good business. But if it's his property, and he wants to do bad business, then what business is it of ours? They Can you give me a definition for socialism? A lot of people use the word, they don't know what it means. What? Do you know what's? Can you give me a definition for what socialism is? No. Everybody certainly does not get a fair share, especially when that's a very subjective term of what fair actually is. But socialism is when There's private ownership of the means of production. So you have private citizens that own businesses, but they have to run that business to one degree or another, how the government tells them to run it. Communism is when the government owns the means of production. That's the main difference between socialism and communism. Under socialism, you can own private property, you can have a private business, but you have to run it as the government tells you to run it. And that's what I'm asking you, is that property, that business owner owns his property, which is his business. If he wants to run it in the ground, if he wants to starve his employees, if he wants to do things that are detrimental to the whole, business or whatever, what right does people that don't own that property have to come and tell him what he is required to do with his assets? That's not answering where that right comes from. He has the constitutional right to be secure in his person, property, and effects. To be secure in his property, that includes his business and all of his business assets. Okay? I'm talking about the Constitution, I don't know. I don't have the Constitution memorized, but I can Google up what it is. I actually didn't say that I wanted to debate, but I'll pull it up if you want me to. See, well, then we need to develop the semantics of what the word "seize" means. It's the fourth. No, because it's very convenient that you're making it illegal to you're making it illegal to what you call disrespect people, but then that gives you the power. That gives you the power to define. It gives you the power to define what amounts to disrespect. No, you do. You do. Well, that's a great straw man. It's not against the law to hurt people. What are you talking about? You just made that shit up. Here's the Fourth Amendment. Here's the Fourth Amendment. Here's the Fourth Amendment. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects. Okay, his corporation is his effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. It's the Fourth Amendment.
Oh, go ahead, guys.
The Fourth Amendment. Correct. It has everything to do with it, because when you tell a man what he has to do with his own property, you are effectively seizing it. Yeah. It's his property. And you're coming in and laying claim. You're coming in laying claim to whatever portion of his property is his property. And then you're telling him you're required by law to do with this property what the collective because it's socialist Marxism. The collective has decided that this is the good and moral thing to do, is to take your property as if it's our property and make you do with it as we see fit. Now, we're not going to run a business. We're not going to invest the money. We're not going to take the risk. We're not going to do that. We don't want to risk our stuff. But you've risked your stuff and you've made a successful business here. So now we're going to show up and we're going to confiscate control and authority over a portion of it, and we're going to make you do with it as we see fit. That is textbook definition of socialism. It's private ownership, so it's private risk, it's private work, but it's collective control, government control of that private ownership. That is what socialism is. When the collective finally tells you that you can't even own that business privately, now you've crossed into communism. You're right, Premium. That is technically what taxes are. That's why libertarians, which I'm not a libertarian, but that's why libertarians say that, taxes are theft. But you're right. That's technically what taxes are. So I do kind of agree with the libertarians to an extent, Premium Fuel, because I do believe that taxation is theft. But when I leave my house and I need to drive into Mobile, because I live outside of Mobile, and I can hop on Interstate 10, I can be in the city of Mobile in 20, 25 minutes instead of having to ride a horse through the woods and over the ravines and the ditches and stuff. I'm glad I have I-10. I believe that they are committing theft, confiscating my wealth to build I-10, but it's just one of those kind of things where it's kind of like an abused woman says that she stays with the man for the good times. I believe I'm being mistreated and stolen from by the government, but I just say, you know what? They only slapped me around a little bit, but I could drive on I-10, so I just go with it. That's kind of what I do. But you're right. That's what your public school systems are. It's this idea that all public schools should be equally funded, which they never are, because socialism just inherently doesn't work. But when they're going to confiscate money from one community and send it to another one in the interest of public education, that's also socialism. And that's a large reason why we have such a low educational standard in this country, which Europe is highly socialistic now, and their schools, in many cases, outperform ours. So there's a whole argument to be had there as well. But you're taking control of it. You would be taking control of it. What's it supposed to be doing? What is the purpose of a business? The purpose of a business, there's one purpose of a business, and that is to earn money. That's it. Yeah. But there is no on top of that. Those other things on top of that are taking personal moral positions and applying it to a business. A business's purpose is just one thing. The only reason anybody goes into business, if they're a businessman, is to make money. That's the only reason they go into business. I mean, they may want to have a positive effect on their community, but that's like a personal value of theirs. They may choose to use the business as a tool to have community effects on it, but that's not the purpose of the business. That's not the purpose of the business. The purpose of the business is to earn money. All of those other things are morals Well, before I could answer that question, I'd need to know what your definition of good is. No, you asked the question. You asked me, is there a way to do good business? I need to know what your definition of good is. What's good? Why is, okay, what's a benefit? You're using, what difference does that make? No, what it sounds like you think that good means is for someone to be compared. Well, no. I don't have to tell you what my definition of good is because it's not my question. It's your question. No, I didn't try. I didn't try to put anything on you. You asked a question. No, and I. No. What I think good means is irrelevant. No, I'll answer your question. I'm gonna answer. I can answer your question without giving you my definition of good. I don't. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant. Look. Can you tell me the 3 laws of logic? Because what I'm talking about is how to conduct a logical debate to defend a premise. I understand that. Please don't start acting like a victim, like I'm mistreating you. You asked me about conducting a good business. So what's important in your question is what you consider to be good. What I consider to be good doesn't matter. It's not a dodge. This is how logic works, man. This is how you can ask questions, but asking me how I define a word is irrelevant to your question. It's your question. Why did you ask me that? You said that they should be doing good business. I asked you, no, you asked me if I thought they should be doing good business. And I told you that would depend, I guess, on what your definition of good is. And then you wanted to ask me what my definition was. My definition doesn't matter. Again, you said, right. So I guess what you're trying to say is that I'm mistreating you or being unfair. Don't start acting like a victim. You said that these business people should conduct good business. And then you asked me if they should conduct good business. For me to answer your question, I need to know what your standard of good is. And when I asked you what your standard of good is, you answered my question with a question, and you asked me what my definition is. It doesn't matter what my definition of good is because it's your damn question. It doesn't matter though. Okay. Do you know what semantics are? 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 So you don't? Here, I'll tell you. Semantics is when in a logical debate, go ahead, lady. Go ahead, lady. Do all the drama and the antics and stuff. Go ahead, get it off your chest. Of good is, you don't need to know what my definition of good is. That's irrelevant. I'm just asking you to have a logical debate. No, you're not. No, you're not, because you asked me if I thought business people should have to should conduct good business, and I explained that to answer that question, I need to know what you call good. Your response to me was to ask me what I thought was good, and that doesn't matter. After I told you, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what I think. For the purpose of this debate, for the purpose of this discussion, how I define good doesn't matter. How? It's not. It's not. You asked me if I thought that people should do good business. That's what you asked me. What I think is good business is irrelevant to your question. Your question was, Dane, do you think that people should do good business? My definition of good is irrelevant to that question. I mean, that's just how logic works, man. No, I know what good is, but what I believe good is irrelevant to your question. What I believe is good business is irrelevant to your question. I don't know what you're laughing about. I mean, I'm trying to answer your question, and I can answer your question and not even tell you what my definition of good is. Answer the question you asked about whether or not I think people should do good business. No, I'm still trying to answer the question you asked. I know I am keeping you on the question. I've told you that several times. You asked the question of whether or not I think that business people should do good business. No. I asked you to tell me what you I can. But what did you just say? When I said no, what did you say right before that? No, you didn't. You said, well, go ahead and tell me, go ahead and answer the question without explaining what was good. And that's why I said no, because what you think is good is important to the answer to the question. No, conshonery, you need to go brush up on your on your logic, because my opinion about a word's definition in a question he asked is not relevant. Okay, It's as simple as that. You just don't know what you're talking about, Conshonery, but good luck. The way that you define good within the question you asked me of, do I think people should do good business? I would answer that completely negatively. Nope. Next question. No, people should not do business in the way that you described good to be. Conshonery, my opinion does not matter within his argument. I haven't made an argument. See, Conshonery, this is supposed to be a logical debate. And within the structures of logic, I make an argument to support a premise. He makes an argument to support a premise. And so what happens, Conshonery, is I go to use his argument to defend my premise, and then it's up to him to refute my argument and then falsify my original premise. And likewise, so he's making an argument that business owners should do good business, okay? Within that structure, how I define good business is irrelevant because I haven't made an argument about doing good business. So my opinion on what I think good business is completely irrelevant. You know, there's no way for me to answer that question either. I mean, okay, no. Not necessarily. It depends on how they reinvest. No. Listen, are you going to let me answer your question? Okay. If that company is compelled, if their property rights are violated, I'm trying to answer your question. You asked me the question. Are you going to let me answer the question? Okay, go ahead. No, you asked if it would be better off. No, you asked, would it be better off? And I said no. I don't know what to tell you, man. Ask better questions. You asked if it would be better off. I said no. That's a different question. And my answer, I didn't say that either. You're straw manning my argument. Can you still man my argument? Can you still man my argument for me? Can you still man my argument? You're trying to speak to the chat and tell them that I'm making an argument I'm not making. I'm asking you to still man my argument. That's a good dream you have there. Hang on. Can I speak? What I asked you to do is still man my argument. And you just started pontificating and sermonizing about your dream. Can you still man my argument? Because you're trying to poison the well by telling the chat, okay, guys, Dane thinks this. And you're straw manning my position. I'm asking you to still man it. That's your still manning, or is that just another claim? That's what is that? Is that what you're saying my argument is? I haven't said that either. So that's, I have no idea what good business is. So you're not gonna trap me into, you're not going to trap me into making your argument. It's your job to make your argument. And you don't even understand. You don't even. I get it. I get it. I get what I get. Yeah. Yeah. And the sun would come out. The sun would come out. There would be rainbows. There would be Skittles falling from the sky, and everybody would be happy, 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 happy. Okay. Do you know what a P&L statement is? I'm asking you a question because I'm trying to get an idea of your actual expertise in the subject. Do you know what a P&L statement is? Hello? Is this thing on? I guess you're Googling it up. I'm simply asking you, do you know what a P&L statement is? Yeah, I know you don't know. It's a profit loss statement. It's a profit loss statement. Do you know what an ROI is? Well, what is it? Well, I'm asking you, do you know what an ROI is? Yeah. What about an NOI? Do you know what an NOI is? Okay, so you have that's correct, premium fuel only. It's exactly what an ROI is. Okay, you have this great fantasy in your mind that you're talking about how if you just invest 75% and you cover your costs and your wages and all of that pie in the sky shit, but you don't seem to know anything about how business actually works. Okay. So that amounts to you simply don't know what you're talking about. Well, no, it's not if I say so. I asked you questions to find out what you actually knew about business, and you didn't have any answers. Well, if you had much experience in actual operating a business, those aren't mysterious questions. No, we're not. I'm exploring your argument. Oh, don't get your feelings hurt because I just showed I just showed the fact that you have this great big idea, but you don't have any actual knowledge of business. Yeah, dictionary, huh? Yeah. Yeah. You're right. You're right, Premium Fuel. You're right, man. He just doesn't understand. But look, man, Premium, you and I may not agree on every single thing, man, but if you will, man, hop over there to the Big Daddy podcast and subscribe, man. I need to get my watch hours up so I can start getting paid for entertaining people like the Emperor here. But yeah, I mean, that's cool. If you're trying to learn, then keep on learning, because the more you learn about how to actually run a business, the more you'll abandon this Marxist stuff that you seem to think is a good idea. What you're talking about is Marxism. You don't have to. No, I'm saying, no. You I get it. Look, do you want to have a debate, or you just want to keep explaining your plan to me? Because a debate is not you explaining the plan. A debate is when you mount a series of arguments, a series of assertions to defend your premise. You just keep re-explaining your premise to me. I understand your premise, but I'm looking for an argument to defend it. I don't have to ask you a question to defeat your argument. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I've already explained this to you. You have a premise, which is that this plan that you have is something that's workable and should be done. Okay. What? I know. I understand that. And you think that that should be done. You think that that is good. Do you think that your plan is good and should be done? Do you think, you told me you wanted a debate. You told me that you wanted a debate. You told me you wanted a debate. A debate is not you trying to get my opinion about what is good business. Let's bring it. You need to go learn a little bit more about informal logical fallacies, because I haven't committed an ad hominem on him at all. Insulting someone or describing them as a person is not an ad hominem unless I use that insult or that description as support for my argument. I haven't done that. You don't. That's not an ad hominem. That's not an ad hominem to ask you. Okay. Dude, you simply don't understand how logic or debate works. You don't. Can I finish what I'm saying? See, that's one reason you're so confused, is you just keep jumping in. I don't know what the deal is there, but let me know when I can talk, man. When you're ready to shut up and I can talk. I will probably say whatever I want to say, and you can like it or not, but I'm probably going to say whatever I want to say. Okay. You asked me or you said you wanted to debate me on something. Before that, I was in a mode of just having an open back and forth discussion. I said something about the blood sport debates. You really need to come to Vulcan podcast, because Vulcan and CJ and Enos and them could teach you a lot about how to do this, because you seem like a smart enough guy. You just don't seem to be very well skilled in logic and debate and rhetoric and semantics and those sorts of things. I can't tell it. So you said that you wanted to have a debate. So then I switched from having an open discussion about your ideas to having a debate. Now, when we started having a debate, which is what you said you had, there's a structure and a set system that comes into place for our back and forth of the debate. Within that structural system, it's not up to me to make your argument for you. So you need to present a claim, a premise that I know, and then you provide. Okay, go ahead. I understand. Go ahead, repeat yourself again. Go ahead, re-explain yourself. Play. How many more times are you going to repeat that? Can I finish what I was saying? Thank you. Now, you've presented your claim. You've stated your premise. Now, from there, it's up to me to challenge your claim. Okay? As I challenge your claim, I mount an argument against it. Then it's your job to refute those challenges. And it's up to you to do that without my help. That's all on you. Just like, hang on, I'm not finished. Okay. Just like it's not on you to help me defeat your claim, it's not on me to help you defend your claim. So when you ask me, for instance, well, what do you think good business is, Dane? It's not up to me to answer that question to help you defend your claim. It's up to you to present the argument to defend your claim, and then it's up to me to refute it. Now, if you want to go back to having just an open conversation, we could do that too, but you said you wanted the debate. What I'm trying to hold you to are the rules of a debate. But you haven't. No, you just keep restating it. Yeah, I did. No, I attacked your claim, and then my attack, your responses to that, it was clear that you didn't understand what I was saying. So that's why I started asking you if you knew what a P&L statement was, because I'm trying to figure out whether or not you even understand the business dynamics that I'm talking about. And then you did a lot of dishonest sort of a rhetoric of, well, for the purpose of, okay. Right. So going on that, okay, going on the fact that you said, whether it's for the sake of the argument or not, that you didn't understand what these things were, that explains to me. Right. I know. Because the argument is not for me to explain what a P&L statement is. Can I finish what I'm saying? Or are you just going to keep interrupting? I let you talk, man. Okay, well, then that's fine. You're the one who said this, you wanted this debate. Just because you can't defend you can't, there you go. Okay, go ahead. I wasn't saying anything about the rules. I wasn't saying anything about the rules, man. I wasn't. Okay, go ahead. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you stop just repeating your premise and offer an argument to defend it? See, hang on. You claim that I didn't attack your argument, okay? However, I delved into what Marxism and socialism was, and I asked you several times, and you still haven't answered it, other than to say they already do. I asked you several times what it is that entitles you or anyone else who doesn't own the property, what entitles y'all to have any influence or control over what the owner does with the property. That's an attack on your claim. That's an attack on your claim. That's fallacious. That's a genetic. Do you know what the genetic fallacy is? That's a genetic fallacy to say, since it's already happening or it always has happened, well, then it should continue to happen. And that's a justification that you're offering. That's a genetic fallacy. Next. I know what you're saying. I'm asking you to respond to my attack on your argument. I didn't ask you to. You're answering a question I didn't ask. I asked you what entitles you to be able to control the property of someone else. I didn't ask you if you could change anything. I asked you to justify your entitlement. What is that? What is that? What is that thing? What is that same thing that entitles the people already doing it? No, they're not. Now you're making another claim. Now you're making another claim about the job of the government. The job of the government is to do nothing but protect the rights of the people. That's the job of the government, to protect the rights of the people. So that business owner has a right to be secure in his person, property, and effects. So that was under that, claim that it's the government's job, then it would be for him to protect the business owner from you and your plan. But it is not the job of the government to go tell that man what he can do with his property, and the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution supports that. So we're right back to me asking you, what entitles you to tell that man what he is allowed to do with his property? That business is their personal property. Their personal property. That money is their personal property. No, that owner owns the business. That's his property. And you want to tell him what to do with it. I'm asking you to justify logically your entitlement to tell him what to do with it. No, they're not. Where are those obligations from? Their property? No, the owner has rights to control of because it's his property. In the Fourth Amendment, protects his right to be secure in his property. You're taking control of it. Control of his property is also his property. Not if he has to do with his assets what you think is good business. The control of his property is also his property. What I know about what is or isn't good business is irrelevant to your claim. I'm attacking your claim, not my claim. That's your job. Like when I tell you that the business is the property of the owner, then now it's your job, if you think you can, to logically refute the fact that the business belongs to the owner. You haven't done that. You haven't done that. You claim that there are obligations. So then my question would be, where do those obligations come from? See, that's another logical challenge to your claim. And then your job is to refute what I'm saying or defend a question like, where does that entitlement come from? Where do those obligations for that business owner come from? Those are logical challenges to your position, and you can either defend those or not. And then when I make a claim like being secure in his person, property, and effects, when I say that control of his assets is also his property and whatever, then it's your job to mount an argument to falsify my claim that control of his assets is also his property. It's not for you to just back up and start telling me your story all over again. That's for an open discussion, which I'm willing to have. We could just chit chat like we were doing before. You said you wanted a debate. That's what I'm trying to do. That's exactly what you're saying. I understand your argument. You've already said that. And my response to that, which is none of your business. It's none of your business because those businesses are the private property of their owners. But you've already said this. You've already said that. That still doesn't respond to my question of what entitles you to impose what you think your standard of good is on someone else's property. Because when you take control of or exert unwanted influence over it, which is the same thing, that control of his property is also his property. So you can say, well, I'm not seizing anything, but you are. This is like people who are anti-gun. And in some states, they say, well, you can own a firearm, but you have to keep trigger locks on them. Okay, well, they have effectively seized my firearm because they're telling me when my firearm can and can't be accessible. So they let me, if I lived in one of those crazy states, they would let me keep the actual item and make your argument. Well, I'm not seizing your firearm. Well, no, you're not seizing it, but you're controlling how I can use it. So you have that's nothing to do with what I'm saying. That's a great straw man, but that's not what I'm saying. So what you've done is what's called a de facto seizing. It means that you haven't literally, but you've done something that in fact is a seizure, even though it's not a tangible seizure, by making me put a trigger lock on it. It's my property. And you're telling me how I can handle my property. That's a violation of my Fourth Amendment rights. Just because you let me keep it. You know, like if I live in an HOA and they come and tell me, dang, you can't leave your garage door open. They still let me keep my garage door, but they violate my Fourth Amendment rights by telling me what I can and can't do with my garage door. They don't have to come take my door. They violated her Fourth Amendment rights doing it. I mean, you can go to court and the judge is going to find differently because of a lot of case law, but they still, and when you move into a subdivision that has an HOA, there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on to where you sort of agree to that to an extent. But at any rate, the point is with your mom, you know, like they violated her property rights to do it. Now the government lets them do it, you see, but because of different legal maneuverings, but it doesn't mean they didn't violate their Fourth Amendment rights. It's all his. No, we don't. Where does that obligation come from? Well, what do you mean we have an obligation to the American people? I say we don't, so I need you to defend that you do. What is it that gives you, that obligates that businessman towards you or anyone else? But that no one's make your argument, man. I don't know what you're waiting on me to say. When no one's infringing on those people. Do you know what begging the question is? Correct. That is liberty. That is liberty. That's liberty. Liberty, liberty, liberty. But they would be violating the rights of the business owner. That's why I'm asking you what. There you go with another straw man. That's a straw man of my argument. There's no reason for me to entertain that. That's a straw man because you're moving the goalpost to avoid the fact that your argument is failing. Oh, it's already failed. Then explain to me what entitles you or anyone else to tell a businessman what he is required to do with his business that doesn't violate his Fourth Amendment rights. You're cooked, man. The Fourth Amendment cooks your whole position. Then explain to me what entitles you and your standard of goodness to be imposed on the businessman to force him to run his business the way you think is good. Great. Hang on, Emperor. Hang on just a minute. Easy one. You ain't got no idea how much my waistline has fell, buddy. I've been as big as 400 pounds, but I'm down to about 307, 308 now. And my poor little wife ain't but 4'11" tall. She got short little legs. So sometimes we have to get creative to do that bedroom ballet, man. But you ain't even seen how much my waistline has failed, man. I'm telling you what. But I do appreciate you for being concerned about my beauty. Go ahead, Emperor. I'm still waiting for you to explain to me what it is that gives you the right, the entitlement to go to another man and tell him what he can or can't do. And the argument, oh yeah, here for the tea, she's not just 4'11", she's a typical 4'11" in the fact that she's mean as hell, which I kind of, I'm not kind. I'm very attractive to mean-mouthed women. But oh yeah, everything they say about short women, oh, it's true. Oh, it's true. Easy. It's none of your business what kind of business I run. That's none of your business. That's my personal business. See, I guess you're kind of like emperor here. You think you're entitled to a lot of stuff that you're not entitled to. No, it's called entertainment. Anyway, it's called entertainment. Anyway, Easy. I guess you think that you're just entitled to know shit just because you have a cell phone or a desktop or a laptop so you can log on to YouTube. So I guess you think that entitles you to some shit, but it don't. So too bad. You can ask. I've seen you ask that question a bunch of times. None of your damn business. Okay, what now? Oh, you can say whatever you want to say. I was responding to this dude in chat. Coon Shawnery, are you looking at the chat, Emperor? What? Oh, Con Shawnery. Man, I'm old, man. I'm 55 years old, man. It's late. So Con Shawnery, like Sean Connery. Okay. Dude said if Dane got flesh-eating disease, the doctors would still give him 10 years to live. That's funny as hell. I'm using that. That belongs to me now, Con Shawnery. I'm using that shit. I see that. My brother been fat his whole life. I just started getting fat to my 40s. Really? Yeah, I can't. No, it's like I told my 35-year-old son when he was living locally back in his early 20s. He was starting to put on a little bit of weight because he was doing a lot of drive-through food. And I tried to tell him, I said, man, you need to kind of watch that. Well, I was already fat by then. So he looks at me like, who the hell are you fat bastard, to tell me to watch my weight? And I told him, I said, I know, son, you looking at fat dad right now and you thinking that. I said, that's a good question. I said, but when I was 21, 22 years old, I wasn't this damn fat. I said, but if you keep putting on weight, by the time you're my age, you're gonna be one of these people in Walmart riding around the little 3-wheel handicap thing or whatever. And like I told him, I said, you eating this Taco Bell and this Burger King and stuff, and you thinking, well, I ain't putting on much weight. I said, but all of them hamburgers and French fries and milkshakes are waiting in the bushes for you. And one day you're going to wake up at about 35, 38 years old, and in the middle of the night, all of that unhealthy food is going to be jumped on you in the middle of the night, beat the shit out of you, and you're going to be 300 pounds. He didn't want to hear me. Got his feelings hurt. He ain't the first one of my kids I hurt their feelings or whatever, but. Yeah, well. It ain't. I've raised 4 sons and a daughter. It wasn't my job to be their friend. So, I didn't go around just trying to beat them up. And yeah, I got 3 grandkids. 2 of them in Oklahoma. 1 of them's out in Nevada. So they ain't even close enough for me to spend time. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, man. I'm finna have to, man, it is 11:53 where I'm at, man. I'm finna have to get up from here, man. It's past my bedtime, but it's been a good discussion. You ought to go over there and sub up to Vulcan Soapbox. Monday we're supposed to be debating out some of the stuff that's going on here locally around me about Nolan Wells. I don't know if you saw on the news. It was 18-year-old young dude that drowned on Horn Island on the 4th or 5th or whatever. We're going to be debating some of that stuff out. So if nothing else, you ought to come on over there and watch that debate go. Vulcan Soapbox is a lot more about teaching logical thinking, critical thinking, that sort of stuff. A lot more than I am on my channel. My channel is a lot more about blood sport debates and stuff like that. So it's a little more rough and tumble. But yeah, man, it ain't nothing personal, man. My job in a debate is to try to roast your worldview, and it's your job to try to roast mine, but it ain't nothing personal. Well, it really doesn't, but at least you're optimistic. You're optimistic, if nothing else. I mean, you say it still stands with the same sort of a confidence as someone who's actually competent. But I mean, hang in there, man. Work on it, hammer it out, overcome the. See, if I give you this piece of advice, if the entitlement. But you can't reframe my question. My question is, because you're saying that you should be able to set up this system or whatever to compel this business owner to do whatever it is you think good business is. Right. What is it that entitles you to tell them that? What entitles you to do that? What entitles you to do that? Okay, what entitles the people that you say are already doing it, can I finish answering my question? I mean, I have a challenge to your claim, and you keep just interrupting me. What is it that entitles the people that you claim are already doing this, and they're really not, but we'll go with that. What is it that entitles them to do it? I can respond to that. Okay, I can respond to that. I didn't say that the EPA didn't have regulations and stuff, but I could also argue that violates the Fourth Amendment rights. You're talking about telling that company what they have to do as far as investment, reinvestment, how much they can pull out of their company for their own personal uses or whatever. I'm asking you what entitles you or entitles the people who are already telling that company what they can do with their assets. What entitles anyone to tell that business owner what he can do with any of his assets? Where does that entitlement come from? I didn't ask you where the authority is coming from, because authority just means the point of a rifle or a bayonet in a prison. So that becomes the might makes right. That becomes saying the government can do it because if you don't cooperate, they're going to kill you, or worse, because there's a lot worse things to being killed. And that is exactly what people like Ho Chi Minh and Castro and Stalin and those communists would agree with. I'm asking you, what entitles you? What entitles you or anyone to do that? Okay, but then your argument has failed. It's not actually logical. And I'm showing that because I'm challenging your logic, and you're having to move the goalpost and dodge and try to reframe my questions. Okay. So if there is no entitlement, If there is no entitlement to tell that man what to do with his assets, well, then you don't have any moral and objective way to do what you claim should be done unless can I finish mounting my fucking argument? I'm trying to give an argument and you get confused. You're still talking, and you get confused and then you start responding to an argument. I haven't fucking asked you. And then I got to spend time getting you back over to what I'm actually arguing. So if you just shut the fuck up, you're still talking. You're still talking. So what I'm saying is, if you can't show an objectively moral argument that entitles you to do that to that man without violating his Fourth Amendment rights, well, then your argument of should, which is a moral stand, is failed, unless you're just going to concede that the Bill of Rights doesn't matter. That's not an argument. That's not an argument. An argument is if you explain to me how you can do what should be done without violating the Fourth Amendment. Oh, so you want me to go read that so that you don't have to actually defend your position? You're not defending your position. That's not how logic works. It's not. That's not how it works. No, it doesn't. So you don't understand what the word objective means. No. So again, no. Are you done? No, you don't understand the vocabulary of the word objective. Objective means, and that could be a reason that why your argument is so screwed up. Objective simply means that something is true absent any particular mind. So something that's true is something that's true whether or not it's in my mind or your mind or someone else's mind. It's something that's true absent of, if human beings did not exist, but it would still be true. That is objective. The counterpart to that is subjective. And subjective is what a lot of your argument is because you think that's the way it should be done and those sorts of things. Subjective is when something is true only within a person's ideas and mind, but can't be true or exist outside of the human mind. That's subjectiveness. That's not how it works. Oh, Jesus. Do you know what the law of identity is? Is that a yes or a no? I'm asking you because you're making a claim and I'm examining your claim that your claim was your argument or whatever in the damn hell shit you said. I'm asking you, do you know what the law of identity is? So you're just going to be a smart ass. You're not going to operate in good faith. You're just going to be a smart ass. It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no answer. It is. It's pertaining to your. It is. It is. It absolutely is. You claim that your claim and your argument are the same thing. So I'm asking you. It's not. I'm asking you if you know what the law of identity is. It's related to your claim. Do you know what it is? You're using that word objective, but it does not mean what you seem to think it means. The law of identity. I'm trying to teach you. The law of identity is one of the three laws of logic, and what it says is that a thing can only be the thing that it is. So an apple can only be an apple. An apple can't be both an apple and a pear. An apple can only be an apple. A foot can only be a foot. It can't be a foot and a nose. This is the law of identity. I am a man. I can only be a man. I can't be a man and a woman. I can only be a man. That's the law of identity. Your claim cannot also be your argument, and your argument can't be your claim. That violates the law of identity. But you claim that your logic is already built into your claim because it's also the argument. That's just not how logic works. No, but I'm waiting to hear you make another stupid argument. Would you agree, yes or no, while you're moving the goalpost? Would you agree, yes or no? Would you agree? Would you agree? Okay, go ahead. No. 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 No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. I'm answering your question. You ask me if the law of identity applies to Jesus. I say no, it doesn't. Would you say that a God like Jesus is natural or supernatural or both? Is Jesus natural, or is he supernatural, or is he both? That is also a violation of the law of identity. It's either natural or it's supernatural. It can't be that their nature is supernatural. Now they can be a combination of the two, because Christ is the God man. He's 100% God, he's 100% man. So he's the God man, but that does not mean that their nature is also supernatural. That actually does violate logic. But I'm asking you a simple question. Is Jesus natural? Is he supernatural? Or is he both? So they're both. Are you natural or supernatural? No, you can't. No, you can't. You're the creation. You're the creation which is locked into the cosmos, into nature. You're the creation. God is outside of creation. He's like the carpenter who built the house. He's not a part of the house. He is the guy who built the house. So the laws of the house does not apply to the guy who built the house. So you're asking me, well, what about Jesus? He could be more than Jesus can be more. Jesus can be more than one thing. That's Jesus. You're not Jesus. Next question. Oh, okay. Okay, then since you concede that you're not Jesus, since you conceded that, well, then you're moving of the goalpost. That red herring you came out with about, well, what about Jesus? He could be two things at once. Then that it's called. Good Lord Jesus, would you shut up a minute? The law of identity then would not apply because he's not within creation, but you are. So it applies to you. Got no idea what that has to do with the debate. I mean, you said you wanted a debate. I was trying to have a debate with you. I haven't told you to. I haven't told you what it is. I asked you if you knew what it was, and you obviously didn't. So I don't know where you're supposed to go from here. You said you wanted a debate. I'm giving you a debate. Jesus Christ, for the love of God, man. You said you wanted, I've said this a million times. You said you wanted a debate. What I'm giving you is a debate. And I've explained ad nauseum what constitutes a debate. And then I said, if you don't want a debate and you just want to go back to having just a chit chat discussion back and forth, I can do that too. But you said you wanted a debate. That's what I'm giving you. So you don't want a debate. Well, then you do want a debate. Because I mean, if I'm going to put, if I'm going to be debating an issue, then I'm going to debate it using logic. Hang on. Can I finish what I'm saying? Then I'm going to debate it using logic and reason. And when I go to move to do that, and you start saying a bunch of illogical shit and using words that don't mean what you're using them to mean, well, then all I can say to that is, that's not logical. That's unreasonable. That's not objective. That is objective, and back and forth. So I end up having to try to put up guardrails to keep you within the bounds of a logical debate. I don't have any interest in doing that. But if you want to have a logical debate, we can do that. Or if you just want to go back to chit-chatting about this crazy plan you have, then we can do that too. But I mean, I don't have any interest in doing both, man, because, if I'm a debate, I'm going to go according to the rules of logic and debate. Hey, hang on just a minute, Emperor. Hang on. Hey, woman, bring me something to drink. Okay, go ahead. That's not how logic works. Okay, well, hang on. Let me respond to you a little differently. Okay, you said it's self-identifies as what? Okay, I say it doesn't. Okay, there we go. I mean, if all you have to do is make a statement and that makes it true and it makes it. Right. And if I ask you a question and you have to ask me to clarify the meaning of a word, thanks, baby. Here, you take this one too. Right. If I use a word in a sentence and you need clarity on how I define a word, because not all words are defined the same by everybody, and you ask me, well, for me to answer, you don't understand how dictionary works then. But hang on, can I finish? Can I finish responding to you, man? God damn. Thanks, dude. I'm fucking old and it's late and I'm tired, man, and I don't have no young people living in my house. God damn. Okay. If you don't see this gray in this beard, man, it wasn't always this gray. David Cooley. No, trust me. This is small time stuff. David Cooley, back around Christmas, Cooley over on No Fugazi called me Trailer Park Santa Claus. I thought that was funny as hell. Anyway, if I say something, if I ask you a question, I'm trying to explore your claim, and I ask you a question, and there's a word there that you need some clarity on because maybe that word can be kind of squishy, then it's smart for you to ask me for clarity, because if you don't, and then you go to refute what I said, and I can pivot on that one word to then sort of move the goalpost, you see, that gives me an advantage. So if there's a word that can be interpreted more subjectively, then it would be smart for you to ask me for clarity. And when you do that, because I'm the one that invoked the word, then it falls to me to clarify what I mean by that word. That's what I did to you. And when you ask me that, if I say, well, how do you define such and such? That violates logic. It's not up to you to define my word.
What?
If I use the word in my argument, like you used the word. I have no idea what that even means.
What you say?
I know he just saying, but he ain't saying nothing. No, if I ask a question and there's a word that you're not clear on and you ask me to clarify, the onus falls to me to clarify the word that I used in my question. You asked a long damn time ago, you asked me what I thought, if I thought something was good business. Before I can answer that question, I needed to know what you thought good business was, so I asked you to clarify it. And then your response to me was, well, what do you call good business? And then my response to you was, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how I define the word. It wasn't my fucking question.
What?
Man, I think here in a few minutes when I get off of this little StreamYard and I climb in that bed and I spoon up with this little dwarf that I've been with for 37 years and everything, and I'm trying to go to sleep, I'm still gonna hear your irritating fucking voice reciting off that same fucking story. Oh, but no, it's like a fucking scar, because I'm waiting to hear like an actual argument and you just keep repeating your claim. I mean, it would be like if I said, I'm in very good physical health. And someone said, what the hell do you call good health, Dan? You got high blood pressure, diabetes, this, that, and the other. And then if I said, well, the reason I say that I'm in really good health is because, I mean, it's just really good health. And if that was my whole fucking defense of my claim, and we went on for 3 hours when we do that, eventually you're going to be like, if that motherfucker says he's in good health one more time, I'm breaking my own fucking arm. It has zero logic. Zero. You'll keep using that word. It does not mean what I think you think it means.
Uh-oh.
I mean, I've been sitting here for I don't know how long. You and I have been going back and forth, but the whole damn time I have been hopeful. Because, you know, I believe the children are our future. So a young fella like you, I've been holding out hope that some shred of logic would come floating out. And I have been sorely disappointed.
The whole time.
Well, that's a claim. That's a claim you're making. That listen. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to help teach you. I'm trying to help teach you some logic and have fun with it because you're missing the mark here. What you just implied was a claim. You didn't actually state a claim, but you kind of implied it, that if a company invests back into itself, that it will, by virtue of that investment, be better off, right? Okay, whatever. Well, just that doesn't make any difference. It's like, look. When I get up to when I go to get up out of this office chair I'm sitting in, my knees and ankles are going to be screaming at me because I'm 307 pounds. Okay, I can tell you what I'm going to put on a certain pair of shoes. That detail, it might be important in some regard, but it's not going to change anything about the experience. So, no. Okay, explain to me where you got that 75%, other than you pulled it out of your ass.
I want to hear that too. Go ahead.
How did you come up with the 75%? Please look. I'm only 55, but I would like to have your answer before I start collecting my Social Security. So you just pulled it out of a hat. You just pulled it out of your ass. So So, if I'm understanding you correctly, you believe that with some Googling, that, oh no, if you're talking to, if you could, okay, I'll let you make I'll let you make my challenge then. I know what you're saying. But I was also saying to challenge your position, and then you wanted to jump in and I guess say what you thought I was saying or something. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So, whatever your list of things that you did, Googling, if you're basing this by talking to people like me, well, that's a big mistake there. But so you think that because of basic layman's street level research, like you listed off, whatever is all on that list, that you know enough about running businesses, especially corporations or big business, that you have enough skill and knowledge to be able to come up with some value of reinvestment that could then be imposed on these business owners, and that would be what you call good business. But you think doing that, you're not answering my question, man. You're going on a sermon. You're so you just pulled it out of your ass. It's just an arbitrary number for you. A percentage is a number, man. 7.5 is a number. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Percent means, I'm trying to explain it to you if you'll shut the fuck up a minute. Okay. Percent comes from two Latin words that mean for every 100. Cent, as in, this is where we get the word century. So it means per 100. So 75% is when I can't believe I'm having to explain this to you and you're trying to tell me how simple math is if you take something and you divide it up into 100 different equally sized proportions, there's 100 of them, and then you take 75 of them. Then you took 75 per 100. So for every $100, you take $75. That's a percent. So a percent is not some abstract imaginary placeholder. A percent means how many of those 100 pieces are you including in this amount? That is a percentage.
What?
Jesus Christ. I'm going to bed. Because if he keeps talking Kung Fu, look, CJ, if he keeps talking, I swear to God, I'm fixing to pick up my case pocket knife right here and cut my own wrist.
I feel you. Listen.
I'm just going to dig my eye out.
Imperial. Okay. I've helped people run their businesses. I've started my own business. And here's the deal. I know where you going at because you have that socialist mindset to increase the minimum wage. Okay. Your issue is those who will work for less. And then you forgot about lobbyists. I grew up in DC. The church I went to had lobbyists in it, lawyers in it, teachers, police officers. Bro, There are people that go to the Congress and lobby for the minimum wage to stay exactly where it is. And this is every day. And then you have lobbyists that go there to lobby for the minimum wage to go to $15 an hour. You have the ones saying, well, we're in DC. I hear you. And I got you. The whole thing is you need to, if you know anybody that owns a business, runs a business, you need to say, hey, can I just shadow you for a week so you can see exactly what he goes through in his business? Look, when I started my business, I went straight to my house. I owed $109,000 on my house. It was worth $268,000. I said, and I already know about investing in real estate, and I knew all about HELOCs and everything. I went to my man, and he said, "What you want?" I said, "I don't want to use up all the equity, so give me a loan for $200,000, and I'll take the rest. I'll take the rest, and I'll start my business." Unfortunately, me and my wife at the time, we both was on the loan, and we kind of wasn't at odds at the time. So I said to myself, what do I need to start this business? So there was $57,000 available. I told her, I'll give you $20,000, I'll keep the rest. I took that $37,000, I donated 10% of it. I then took the rest and went straight to DLLR, which is in Maryland. I got me a business license. I got a bond insurance, and then I got my own wholesale license. I went straight to the auction with the rest of the money. I bought 4 or 5 cars. I drove them all back to my apartment and put prices on. By 6 months in, I was averaging $10,000 a month. And the reason why is because I was willing to take people to the auction to buy them cars. I watched my uncle before I started doing this. See, all businesses are not the same. When I opened my office up, I got with friends and I helped them open up a whole car dealership. I worked at regular franchise dealerships. I was a business manager. I knew the banks. I knew how they worked, especially for second, third, and fourth chance credit. I bought half of those banks with me. Independent car dealership, when he opens up, he might get one. I bought 9 banks with me. We were selling 30 cars a month opening day. Why? Because I knew the system. I knew how everything worked. I was already a wholesaler, so I knew. And once I got into the retail, I knew what the banks like, and I knew what the hood guys like. I didn't buy hood guy cars because I wanted the money from the bank. So when I got my office in Largo, I was doing financial services, credit repair, and then I became a foreclosure advocate. Credit repair was easy. Everybody credit in DC jacked up. Mm-hmm. I was always putting back. It was either 25%, 50%, 70%. Sometimes it was 90% because you know what people fail to realize? You have people that will stiff you. And then you have to have a benevolent side to your business. Nope. You want to know? Right. And you want to, I'm going to tell you why. I got you. I'm going to tell you why. Because 1 month, I might have 3 or 4 people not pay me. And I have to account for that. I have to make up for that. Another one, right. But here's the thing though. A lot of times most business people, when they open up their business, they don't account for the losses. And that's the bad part. Now, I hear, I get you. I get you. Yeah. That's fantasy business. When I was assisting the plant manager here in Pooler, Georgia, and the plant manager used to ask me, he used to say to me, can you check Bessemer City's books? Bessemer City was the headquarters of this company. Bessemer City was built because these foreigners didn't want to pay the tariffs or the taxes for shipping this stuff over here. So they created businesses here so they didn't have to worry about the tariffs. You see where I'm going? You see where I'm going? Hold on, let me finish. So for 3 years, I'm showing him that place in Bessemer City is not making money. But what is making money is the tiny warehouse we're at here in Pooler, Georgia. They would not let the plant manager go out and seek other vendors. They only have one vendor. We had one vendor, and every time the plant manager wanted to go out to get more vendors to build the company, he would say no. Or when he did find one, they would come over and go meet with that company and ruin the whole deal. So what I'm trying to tell you is, there are certain situations that can kill you that most people don't see. I left that company, right? and went back to going to sell cars. 1 year later, I go to visit the company, and they pack out the warehouse. They packing up all this stuff, all the equipment, and they packing everything up. I was like, I go to talk to the plant manager, like, hey, what's going on? He's like, we shutting down. He said the one main customer start reducing their orders until at one point in time they only was asking for one color a month. And he said to me, what happened was there was an issue between both companies. This is another reason why you don't do a handshake. When you go into business with people, no handshakes, contracts. And you make sure you get an attorney to read over those contracts. Yeah. Now, the one company went out of business because the state came after them for environmental violations. But then the little warehouse of the company that I work for, I was like, that shouldn't have y'all shut down. There's other people that need the colors. He was like, we shutting down because somebody in Bessemer City stole $80,000. And so when I say this, not everybody can put aside when it comes down, especially a new business. The business opened up in 2015. In 2020, I was made assistant plant manager. I got there in 2017. The company was making money because, and I was able to give employees raises because the plant manager was excellent at what he did. He was so good that the engineers in the other country would call him for advice on certain colors and certain formulations. And it got to the point that I learned so much from him. When I first started to lead the first time, he said, I need him because I can go on vacation and not get a phone call from here because he knows as much as I know. That's what we mean by building a team. Everything starts with a team when it comes down to building a company. When you by yourself, I was by myself, all the times that I kept trying to do something and I try to incorporate people with me, they would do me dirty. When I started, listen, where are you at? Oh man. Yeah, you need to come east, like Texas and closer to the then don't come to Texas. Go to Tennessee, come to Louisiana. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, for real. And you know what? That's the reason why Trump going after California, giving out commercial driver's licenses to anybody. All right, so here's the thing. Here's the thing, because they haven't done this in California yet. In Maryland, they have, and Virginia, as far as services. What is it that you can do well as far as a service business, like repairs, inspections? So hold on now. So basically, what you're saying is you really don't want to do no work. You want to use your mind and make your mind work for you. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. All right, then that's a service business. That's sort of like what I was doing in my office. People would come to me and say, "Hey, I'm trying to start a business." Great. What you gonna do? And they'll tell me. I sit them down. I was like, "Do you have a tax ID?" They'd be like, "No." I get all the business information as they're talking to me. I'm getting them a tax ID on my laptop at the same time they're talking to me. By the time they finish talking, I done printed off the tax ID information and brought it back into the conference room where we were talking at. So listen, this is your beginning right here. Use the tax ID to get you a bank account. I was like, you can go to SBA. We talking about minority now. You can go to SBA and get money. There's another way. I was like, you got a good idea. You can try angels. And this is in 2010, 2011, 2012. I was like, so the internet was booming then too. I was like, you can Google angels, angel lenders, and they will give you money if they think your idea is worth it. And people would pay me. I didn't charge people, but they'd give me money just because I gave them information that they didn't have in the beginning. I would tell, especially if it was a husband and wife and they black, even if they was white, I would tell them, your wife is a minority. But make your wife the face of the company and she can get funds for you, whether it's a grant, whether it's SBA, she can get money for you. And they was like, are you serious? I was like, yeah. 2 weeks later, they come back to my office and leave a check. I'm not even in the office. People call me. I'm out doing my regular 9-to-5 job. Hey, we got a check here. I was like, great. Why? Because that it's a service business. Financial services, it's a business. But in Virginia, they taxing that. So everything that I was doing back then, Virginia is taxing right now. They're taxing right now. If you are a mechanic, yeah, they want to tax. They want to tax your labor hours. They're already taxing the parts. If you got to buy a part for this or that, they're already taxing that. But now they want to tax the labor hours. And in the service business, that's detrimental. This is why companies leave certain areas of the country. You already think. I already know you really want to get into. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. I'm listening. It depends on what state you're in, but you ain't got West Coast. I'm listening. I'm listening. Keep going. Hold on. Hold on. Before you get to the next year, basically you just planned out everything for a year with no hiccups. That's what you just did. However, what you didn't count on is oil prices to go up. There's two things to run this country: real estate and the automobile industry. And what runs the automobile industry? Oil, gasoline. So here's the thing though. You don't know how much your vendor is going to now jack up the price to deliver you food. And I'm trying to tell you, that ain't enough. I'm being honest with you. It's not enough. And you want to know why? Because every 95, 90, it don't matter. 95% of restaurants fail within the first 5 years. They do. No, they can't plan that good year because you can't pay 2 employees $50,000 a year. You just can't. That's the problem. That first $1 million is going to go to state fees, county fees, city fees. No, you didn't. We're talking about fire marshal fees. We talking about you failing an inspection. We talking about fines from the government. We just mentioned environmental. I didn't say any. The stuff I'm talking about is the stuff that gets people hemmed up. Look at. Listen to me. They fail. That's right, premium fuel only. You're right. The first couple of years, there is no profit. I know of people who started restaurants and they mortgaged their houses just so they can pay their employees. Because remember, you're a startup. And here's the thing. Don't nobody know you. That means you got to already have customers. But you don't already have customers. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You don't already have customers. You creating a restaurant. The best way to do this, I'm gonna tell you, the best way to do this, you might think is funny or hilarious. McDonald's, Burger King, Subway, go work for them for 2 years And if you are serious, get a franchise first. A lot of people start off getting the franchise first. You want to know why? Because the corporate office would help you with the building of the business. Because see, when you go in on your own with Imperial Kitchen, what happens is, oh man, you heard about a new restaurant? Yeah, I've been down there. They got 2 employees, but it seems like they need more. Because in the very beginning, yeah, you're going to get a bunch of customers come through because you knew. But once they see how the service is and the inconsistencies are, they're not coming back. How do you get them? How do you get them? And how do you know they're the best of the best? But here's your thing. You're gonna get a bunch of applications of people who claim they the best. And now you are subject to the task of doing background checks, making phone calls, and everything like that to find out. And here's what I'm saying. Everybody in the chat is saying you're not going to make no money in the first couple of years, especially in a restaurant. You know where you can make money? You want to know where you'll make money immediately? Real estate. Listen, I hear you. Mhm. Listen, let me, big. A lot of people create businesses as a tax shelter. I tell everybody that's got a job, you need a part-time business. I don't care what it is. You want to know why? Because even with the part-time business, you can take advantage of the tax breaks that the big businesses take advantage of. You don't need an EIN number with a part-time business or a side gig. All you got to do is do it. If you make money, you make money. If you don't make money, you don't make money, but you write off all the expenses. You can even add your job expenses. But the thing is, here's the thing, the reason why you start a part-time business is because you want, when the part-time business exceeds your expenses minus your job, then now you can say, I'm quitting my job, I'm doing this full time. Have you ever read Rich Dad Poor Dad? But that's the thing. The whole objective if you got a regular job, the whole objective is start part-time. If you trying to open up a restaurant, then what you do is you go buy yourself a food truck. You work that job long enough so you can get the money up to buy a food truck. And it's from the food truck that you can turn the food truck into a restaurant. That's how they do it down here in the South. That is exactly how they do it down here in the South. I go to car shows all the time. Matter of fact, I got a car show might as well say today is 2 a.m. on this side. I got a car show, 4 p.m. I go there as a vendor. I do loudest exhaust, SPL, sound, audio and all that. I bought the equipment, I got the meter, and people come through my lane and drop $20 every time they come through my lane. I might see 40 to 50 cars in one day, in one car show, who want to know how loud their exhaust is, how loud their stereo is, and how loud the bass is. I do that part-time. And I'm not even a sanctioned judge, but all the sanctioned judges know me because they don't do loudest exhaust. So when they do shows, I'm asked, hey man, can you come to this show? Can you come to Dublin? Can you come to Atlanta? Can you come to Savannah? And I go. And I get paid. But here's the thing. That's part-time. I'm not doing this full-time. I'm 56. I get a VA, I get a veteran disability check. And then I'm helping a friend out at his car dealership. He's just giving me $600 a week for just helping him with greeting the customers and going on test drives. And so I'm still active in my community. I started a nonprofit. And through the nonprofit, we do car shows. We generate money. We get donations from not just here in Liberty County. We get donations from across the nation now because of what we do with the money, where we take it, where we do. And this is what I mean by if you have a business and you don't have a benevolent side to it, God ain't going to bless you. People wonder why the rich stay rich. They have a benevolent side to the business. So they give away stuff. They give away the foundations, nonprofits, they give away the individuals. And you wonder why the rich stay rich, because they practice the principles of the Bible when it comes to giving. That's part of success, because guess what happens? There you go. But here's the thing. I get you. Like you said, you trying to figure out a way. Yeah, you trying to figure out a way. Okay, I'm trying to work to make this money, but I ain't trying to do no heavy lifting. My mind is there. Yeah, your mind is there, but I'm telling you, you need to find somebody that has a business and shadow them a week, a month, or whatever, so you can see, okay, what they go through. When a customer comes in and say, man, I ain't got it. And now you thinking to yourself, did I get stiff? Or can I help this person? When I was doing foreclosure advocacy, if people didn't have the money and I already did the audits, I just give them the audit, because they're trying to stay in their homes. They've been foreclosed on, or they getting ready to go through foreclosure. Give them the evidence they need to go save their property. Give them the evidence they need to get a modification, to stay in their homes. The thing is, when I was doing that, $10,000, $11,000 a month. was just flowed through my bank account all the time. But out of that, I still had to pay vendors because there's some information I couldn't get on my own. So I had to pay somebody to get the information for it. You know, I had to get affidavits done. The people that would get me the information, they would do affidavits. I had to pay for that stuff. You know, and then I got an office. Yeah, I got an office now. I got to pay you this office. They want $3,000 a month. Look, I feel you. I feel you. But I got you. Oh no, I'm not in the private chat. I'm actually in the main comments. Like Mr. Barnes, you know, he's like, we're not talking about taxes. Oh, yes, we are talking about taxes because at some point in time you're gonna have to start paying quarterly, and that's a check out of. Look, they ain't even telling you how much you owe, but you got to cut a check every 3 months to the federal government. You know. But with the service business or LLC, or what I like to do, once I get a chance, irrevocable trust, I run everything through the trust. Not paying no taxes to nobody. Donald Trump is a trust baby. He a trust, and when I say trust baby, meaning once he started making them millions, he created a trust. The reason why he can put Trump on every building that he builds, because it's in the trust. People try to sue Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't make no money. He don't get a paycheck. He even donates the paycheck he gets. Why? Because he don't want to have no money. The IRS still holding $1 million check for taxes. They holding it. Why? Because they trying to figure out, okay, $400,000 times 4 is 1.6, and he gave away all 1.6. We owe him $1 million because he donated the whole thing. The thing is, this is what the really rich do. You go after them personally, you know what you're gonna get? Oh, he got some clothes. He got some clothes, but wait a minute. You got Tesla, you got SpaceX, Trump Towers, MGM, and he don't got nothing. No. Everything they drive is in the trust name, in the company name. And think about this. Remember when New York was like, we want $500 million in this sort of account, because they sued them and they was gonna fine them $700,000 or whatever. Donald Trump went to the trust and picked out 3 of his properties and leveraged them and got a loan, and then took that money to that insurance company and said, and put it in there, and then took it to court. That money gained interest until another court said, y'all crazy as hell. We dismissing this case. I don't know what y'all was doing, talking about some Mar-a-Lago worth $20 million when the property next to it is worth $250. He got all that money back with interest. And he just put it back in the trust. This is what they do. This is how they do it. I set up under the white man. I just listened. and he was spitting. And then he told me to go see this black chick. I'm like, huh? All she did was credit repair. That's all she did. She was making $1 million a year doing credit repair. We got to talking and everything. She was like, oh my God. She wanted me to join her team. I was like, nah, I got my own thing right now. Because this is what happened when people want to hurry up and get you on their team. When they want to hurry up and get you on their team, you neglect what you already got going on. And so, yeah, I see where you're coming from. The whole thing in a nutshell is you're in the wrong environment trying to put it together. You just in the wrong environment. If you ain't in Arizona or Nevada, maybe Colorado, I see your vision probably coming to fruition. But if you in California, what's that? Oregon, Washington, you out of gas. I got you. Premium Fuel say you need to start a nonprofit. Oh, see, Premium Fuel wants you to do it. Them Somalis doing. I'm just joking, bro. But listen, I got a nonprofit here in Georgia. Matter of fact, I done started a couple, and these are for social clubs, car clubs, and stuff like that. It's like, how do we do this? How do we do that? I was like, they will call me, and while they're on the phone, they'll give me all that information. I plug it in to irs.org, and within a few days, they'll come back with a decision. You are now a 501c3. Then you do a W-9 form to all the places that you shop. And now you can walk in there and not pay any sales tax because you're a nonprofit. Like I said, I'm just saying this, you know, and my man Rick, like, bro, whatever you need to do with the nonprofit, just tell me and just do it. I'm like, yeah, I'm from Washington, D.C. I ain't trying to get in no trouble. And it's, bro, it is because, bro, man. Oh, who's that? Is that Cliff? You are absolutely right. That's what I'm trying to do right now. I really want to start a regular school, K through, you know what? You can do a lot of damage K-6, because once they get in the junior high or middle school to high school, they're already rooted in everything. You know, and the whole thing in a nutshell, what I want to do is make sure that they know how to read, write, arithmetic, that they know history. They know history, because if they know history, and we ain't talking about half of history or partial history or the ugly part of history, all of it. When they get to them other grades, it's a breeze. They breeze right on through. Yeah, man. School, ooh-wee. And yeah, they're saying the right thing in the chat. What you thinking about is good for a nonprofit. It's great for a nonprofit. And with the nonprofit, yes, every year you're gonna have to show the money. But them two people you want to hire and pay them $50,000 a year in a nonprofit, the director and anybody that's underneath of him can collect the salary. The director of the nonprofit and secretary to the director, office manager to the director, yeah, you can pay them a salary. look, and think about this. And also, I heard you spit in the scripture. You know, a lot of what people don't know is in the Constitution, churches don't have to do a 501c3 to be nonprofit. They're automatically nonprofit because they're a house of worship. Automatic. But some churches do it just because, but they don't have to do it. I try to tell Rick, I was like, man, we faith-based. You go to the church, I'm the minister in the church, make it faith-based. We can do a not-for-profit, organization. Nah, man, I want the paperwork. Okay, it's $275. And you just do it. The chat giving out, good information. And like I said, I learned all this sitting underneath of people who are millionaires, people who have already done it, And then they told me, they was like, get the book, The Millionaire Mind or The Millionaire Next Door. You don't know what your neighbors have. They drive a Toyota Camry and a Corolla. They done had the same cars for 15 years. But they millionaires. You never know it. Never know it. Once people, look, I got a game Robert Kiyosaki created. It's called the Rat Race. Every time I play the game, I'm the first one to get out the rat race. Because I know. But the thing is, the reason why I don't get back into it, because God got me on another mission. I have a wife that is in a nursing home. She's suffering from dementia. And I believe, yeah, man, but I believe the reason why I do the podcast that I have, the Jackson podcast, the Deacon Talks Raw, is basically to share the good news of Christ, of the Bible. I have guests on my show all the time who've written books, done films, all that good stuff. And half the time, that's all we talk about is end time prophecy. What's going on right now and how, yeah. Yeah. Not yet. Not yet. Listen, I did a show tonight, and whatnot. Basically, everything is coming together. Now start with Israel. The Abraham Accords. The person who brokered the Abraham Accords is Jared Kushner. Jared Kushner is Jewish. His family descends from the northern kingdom of Israel. Like, that's where his lineage goes back to. The 10 nations that surround Israel, which would include Iran and Afghanistan and Sudan, all have the same color flags: red, black, white, and green. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, which is mentioned in Revelation, are the same 4 colors: red, black, white, pale. Pale in the Greek is green. The next part, in Jeremiah 49, 39 through 46, I've been talking about this for a few months. In Jeremiah 49, it speaks of Elam and its bow being broken. And I'm thinking to myself, who is Elam? Until I did the research. Elam is southwest Iran. Persia is Iran. Elam is southwest Iran. When Iran can no longer fight, when they can no longer attack, right? They will be broken and they will fall into the 10 country treaty with Israel. There's one more person that nobody's talking about. His name is Noah Harari. He's supposed to be the successor to Schwab. Harari is a Jew. His family descends from the northern kingdom of Israel. But there's a catch. Harari is gay and he's an atheist. The church fathers say, this is what they say, Dan is like an adder that bites. The man of lawless will come from the area of Dan, which is Syria today. He will come from that area, or he will be a descendant from that area. You got two candidates. They're not old like Trump. They middle-aged. Don't nobody really know them yet. Everybody know the papacy is the false prophet. Everybody know the papacy is the false prophet. And if you didn't know, the papacy is who trained Muhammad, the prophet of Islam. They trained him. It's the reason why they so connected, they so buddy-buddy. The Catholic Church and Islam, yeah, they so buddy-buddy because the Catholic Church. No, I'm just telling you, this is 56 years or 41 years of me studying. You have the 10 regions, 10 kingdoms. Remember, the world's going to be split up in the 10 kingdoms. You have, daggone it, and I heard it today. It is the Club of Rome. If you look up the Club of Rome map, it has the whole world divided into 10 kingdoms. However, if you look at the technocrat map, which was drawn up, it was drawn up by Elon Musk's grandfather. The United States will no longer be the United States. You want to ask yourself, why was Trump talking about getting Greenland, making Canada a 51st state? And then he went into Venezuela and snatched their leader up, and now he controls, the United States controls Venezuela. They're starving Cuba because they got all their oil from Venezuela. All of that is part of the technocrat map that includes the United States. That's a whole region or a whole kingdom. And Daniel, the statue with the 10 toes, that's what we're talking about. The Middle East, in that area of Asia Minor includes Iran as one region. That's the reason why Iran bow must be broken. They must be docile, not able to fight. The Bible right now is setting up everything. Trump, I don't believe Elon Musk or Trump knows that what they're doing is setting up the beast system. On my show earlier yesterday, I played a clip. Elon Musk is sending data centers into space because the ones here on Earth need too much water. But it's cold up in space, so they don't need no water. This is where AI will be controlled. This is where AI will be controlled. So when I talk about the technocrat map, we're talking about all those who are in that AI technology, you know, Silicon Valley, you know, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and others. They will have their own region to control. They will have their own region to control. And the beast will control everything. He will control everything. That's what's being set up right now, and nobody really, well, I can't say nobody, but many of those who study Bible prophecy, they see it. They see it coming. And as watchers, our job is to warn the public, is to warn everybody. This is what's going on right now. Y'all need to get ready. If you're not right with God, you need to get right with God. Because when it happens, it's over with. Some people believe in a post-tribulation rapture or mid-tribulation rapture. And when I say mid-tribulation, like during the 7-year tribulation, in the middle of that 7 years, that the church will be taken out. Some believe the church will be taken out after the 7-year tribulation. But many of us believe that the church will be taken out just before the man of lawless comes on the scene. Will be. The Euphrates is already drying up. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. They were. Actually, they're not fighting for the land back. They don't want, I got you. They don't want Ukraine to be a part of NATO. And that's the reason why they went into Ukraine, because they don't want NATO at their borders. Yeah, that's right. Romania, yeah. That's right. No, he said, no, he said, just like it was in the days of Noah, shall it be at my second uh at my second coming. Here's another thing. He did give us signs. He was like, it's gonna be like birthing. But here's the thing. Remember, Jesus says, if they persecuted me, they're going to persecute you. So you got Christians being persecuted in Nigeria. they're being persecuted in the UK. They're being persecuted in every Muslim country, China. Yeah, you just can't. My boss, the guy I work for, my boss, his son is an evangelist. He's in Fort Worth. He's a street preacher. You know, here's the thing. Yes, we're gonna suffer something because we follow Jesus. Those who don't follow Jesus ain't gonna suffer nothing. You ever notice the school yell about separation of church and state, but they let Muslims bring their prayer rugs in and give them time for their, prayer and all that stuff in certain areas. Yeah, but a Christian can't say God or Jesus. He can't mention that. The first thing come out their mouth, separation of church and state. Well, wait a minute, yeah, I mean, come on, man, right? Here's another thing. Here's another thing that we see. Remember, he said, as it was in the days of Noah, there was sexual immorality everywhere. Look what we have now. And it's not just here in the United States, it's in the UK also. Kids. Mm-hmm. That's right. Listen, I see Mr. Davis in here saying we wasn't supposed to work. If I'm not mistaken, when God created Adam, he gave him a job. He was working, he gave him a job. And then when he sinned, he was like, oh, now the job that you're gonna have is gonna have you sweating when you work. So what you don't understand is that the first thing God gave Adam when he created him was a job. The second thing he gave him was a helpmate. Okay, listen. Listen. The Bible is clear. Jesus Christ, according to Josephus, and this is what Josephus wrote. He said there was a man in Israel named Jesus the Christ, and he was crucified, and many say he rose from the dead, and his followers are still with us. Josephus wrote this in 95 AD. He is a Jewish historian who's a Roman citizen. some of your greatest, your how would I call them, like Aristotle and them, some of them even wrote about Jesus. Yeah, the philosophers wrote about Jesus. He was a real person. He died and rose again. I've been to Israel twice. The second time I went on a tour. And we went on a tour, and this guy was like, this is where they supposedly say Jesus was buried. Some dude, after the tour was over, he came up to us. He was like, you want to really see where Jesus was buried? And I was like, yes. I mean, I'm 25 years old. I was like, yes, I've been studying scripture at that time for 10 years. He takes us to the tomb where they say Jesus was put in. And in that tomb, there was bones of a child in that tomb, 12-year-old. He's like, according to the Seder Alam, this is where Jesus was placed. This is where he resurrected from. Even the Jews know that Jesus was real because they write it in their books, the Pentateuch, Septuagint. They call Jesus the bastard child of Mary. So if Jesus ain't a real person, if the Jews don't believe in Jesus, why are they writing? Yeah, why they have him? Yeah, in their books, in their writings, and so yeah, the Satan don't want us to believe. That's the reason I go ahead. What? Yep. Listen, I have multiple Bibles here in my collection, but one of the Bibles that I have is the Geneva Bible. That is the Bible the Pilgrims came over on, and I'd be reading it and I'd be like, bro, what language is this? It's English, but I'm scratching my head. The Geneva Bible also has the Apocrypha in it. Okay. It has the Apocrypha, which is the Maccabees, the Jubilees and the Maccabees. Okay, in it. The thing is, William Penn, when he came over, that is the Bible that Pilgrims brought over. They didn't bring over the King James Bible when they came to America. They brought the Geneva Bible over with them. I have the 1560 version. And in the Capitol, 8x12 painting shows William Penn with the Bible, and you can actually read all the words on the Bible with all of the some of the settlers around him because they were having Bible study. It's a painting. The other thing is, like you hear the people saying, "Oh, we on stolen land, this and stolen land that." Did you know William Penn paid 9 different tribes to purchase the whole state of Pennsylvania? He said because the king says, I give you this land, because he did some things for the king. And when William Penn got here, it was like, he can't give us this land. There's people already here. However, wherever the settlers settled at, he paid the tribes. One tribe conquered another to take. He went around and found out all who the tribes were, and he paid them at the price they set for his settlers to stay there. That's the reason why the state is named after him. It's called Pennsylvania. But that ain't the only state. New York is another one. Rhode Island is another one. Connecticut and Delaware. Those who came and settled there, they paid for the land. So it's not like we not on no stolen land. These people, yeah, they spent They spent money to have original settlers. Yeah, you hear them. Yeah, that's their argument. You tricked the well, wait a minute. How did I trick? Yeah, yeah, no. There were more white slaves that came over than black slaves in 1619. They don't talk. They don't want to talk about that. Yeah, they was indentured servants. What? I get. Yep. I feel you with 95% water. I got you. But no, check this out now. Check check this out. You know who St. Patrick is, right? He didn't make the day. They gave him that day. Patrick was a slave. Before he became a slave, he was a boy who lived with his father and mother. His father was a deacon in the church. And one day, he's from Ireland. What's north of Ireland? I'm trying to remember. But they came. No, something like that. But they came down and enslaved him. All right. And he was a slave for about 15 years. You can look it up. Best place to go is American Minute by William Federer. He has it on his website, AmericanMinute.com. I also read about it before he did it, but Patrick, while he was a slave, never ran away. What they told him to do always prospered. I think he was tending to the sheep he was like a herdsman. Everything he did prospered. Why? Because he believed in God. He prayed to God every night. And then one day God told him to run. And he didn't know why, but he one day he woke up and he ran. And according to the story, he ran 2 miles, ran into a merchant who was getting on a ship to go back to his hometown. And he went back home. And when he got back home, he got into the ministry. He went to school, seminary, whatever. He became a priest and all that. And Patrick had not been back for some years. Went and said to, the bishop or whatever, I need to go back to where I was a slave and witness to those people. And he went back. And when Patrick went back, he healed the ruler of the village. He healed his son. Patrick he didn't heal him, but he prayed over him and God healed the son. He challenged the religious leaders in the village. They were witches. You ever seen the Wicker Man? You ever seen the Wicker Man? Nicolas Cage. So, yeah, that is an actual cult. That's not fake what they showed in the movie. Yeah, and so what happened was he told them to set the Wicker Man on fire, and told them go on in there. And they was like, you go first. He went in. They said according to them, he was in there for a while. And at some point in time, the people said we seen more than one person in the fire with him. And he just walked out and none of his clothes were burnt. Didn't even smell like smoke or fire. The king throwed all of them witches, priests into that wicker man and they burned alive. He then preached to that village, went to the next village and preached. He started churches there and everything. That's why we have a St. Patrick's Day, because this is what Patrick did. This is what he did in his life. And that's how they honored him, by giving him a day. And St. Patrick's Day was brought over from the UK, from England, because he was one of the greatest of that's what's going to happen. You're right. Those like my pastor, you know, I ain't mean to challenge him, but I had to. He said, I've already taught on, you know, I did a whole series on Revelation. I was like, how long ago was that? I was like, since I've been here, and I've been here 12 years, I haven't heard anything on Revelation from the pulpit, from any of your ministers, any of your elders. No. You're right. You're right. And basically, like Geno Jennings be going hard on these prosperity preachers. Geno Jennings like, I don't get a check from the church. I got a job. And look, I've preached a whole lot of places. I've never gotten a check for preaching the word of God. I remember I preached one Sunday. It was a Thanksgiving Day, Thanksgiving breakfast, you know, service, and I preached, and they wrote me a check out. And I was like, I don't want this. I got a pen. I signed the back of it and put it in the collection plate. I share the gospel because that's what I'm called to do. I don't have a church. Yeah, I don't have a church. I'm not a shepherd of any congregation. So me doing what God told me to do, he gonna provide for me. And he does. He provides for me. And then he gives me an audience. You know, he gives me an audience. And so he, you know, that's how it's supposed to be done. You share the word with love and kindness and gentleness, being humble, because that's what Jesus was. Jesus humbly went to the cross. He took a beating first and then went to the cross for us. You know, and so, you know, it's not trivial. You know, there's nothing fancy about it. You either believe and have faith or you don't. You know, don't pray to God and then after you finish praying, I'm going to do it this way, instead of waiting on God to come and tell you which way to do it, or bringing somebody to you that he sends to you and says, hey, I don't know you from a can of beans, but God told me if you do it this way, he'll bless you. And some people have had that. They've had that. You know, when I was in seminary, you know, I heard stories like that. Like, man, I remember God telling me, tell this lady that I got her, you know, and they would say, I don't know that lady. I ain't talking to that lady. But God will make you talk to that lady and tell her, you know what? God said that, listen, he hears your prayers. Everything is going to be all right. And that's it. Just do what he say to do and keep it moving. You everybody know who David Tyree is, right? He played wide receiver for the New York Giants. He made the infamous catch in that he made the infamous catch in the Super Bowl. And it's called The Catch. He wrote a book, right? Before he even made the catch, he was in the airport headed for a game, and some guy sat down next to him and told him, God is telling me to tell you that you're going to do something extraordinary and your name will be remembered forever. And sure enough, in the Super Bowl, he catches the ball on his helmet. Then he writes a book. And in the book, he tells you about the man who told that to him. Fast forward. Let's fast forward. You know who Jonathan Cahn is. YouTube. Jonathan Cahn wrote the book, The Harbinger. And he was in the airport with this book, right? And the same man that sat down next to David Tyree sat down beside him and told him about the book that he wrote. It's called The Harbinger. Bestseller, The Harbinger. And it's all about 9/11. And so, yes, we are in that time. I believe revival is coming to the United States. I don't know when. I just have a feeling, sort of like when you heard about the Liberty University revival. The Liberty University revival, basically, it lasted like weeks. People were coming to Christ, students, faculty. They were coming to Christ, and they were in the chapel day and night. It was and so yes, yeah. Nah, it was longer than that, bro. We talking about days, weeks. Right. And they was talking about it on the news. I tell everybody, even if they in business, if you don't put God first, that means you don't trust him to bless your business. If you're going to do it, make sure you put God first. You got a lot of stuff in your head. You know, you got great ideas, good ideas in your head. Put God first. God will tell you where to go, when to go, and who to go see. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. Yep. All the Old Testament basically is telling you about a people. It's a history of a people and how at one point they worship God, and another point they stop worshiping God, and then they walk away from God, then they came back to God. That's all the Old Testament is about, you know. And I don't know. You can't get this. Basically, it's telling you about a people that God says, "Look, I need you to spread my word. I need you to the surrounding nations, so it'll spread." And they couldn't. Mhm. Right? Now, hold on now. You talking about you talking about Mormonism? You meant that's Mormonism right there. That's true. I got you. But remember, that's what they believe. They believe Jesus Christ is their big brother and whatnot, and they also believe that Jesus Christ and Lucifer are brothers. Mhm. There you go. Mm-mm. You know what? CT done went to bed on us. He done went to bed on us, bro. That's crazy. But yeah, I was man. I gotta. I ain't gotta really get up. I ain't gotta be to the field till 3 o'clock, and it's 5 minutes away from my house. Yeah, it's already tomorrow. What you on the West Coast, so it's 12 o'clock, right? Yeah, yeah, it's 3 o'clock here, bud. Um, we need to yeah we need to go ahead and cut this short. Woo, CT. Man, I can't. Yeah, I can't believe he just let everybody just go on and on rumbling like ain't nobody said. Yeah, super chat. The only person that has commented is M. Davis, who said who basically says he a Hebrew Israelite. That ain't we didn't find Jesus. We've been forced on us. It was forced on us. It was this. It was that. He done damned the book and everything. You know, the Romans did this and that. What Mr. Davis don't understand is the gospel was the gospel before it even reached Europe was preached in Asia and Africa first. That if you read the New Testament, Philip baptizes an Ethiopian, and that Ethiopian takes the gospel to Ethiopia. And that's the reason why Ethiopia is still 70% Christian till this day. Um, yeah, yeah. So I don't know what y'all talking about. And then they got the Ethiopian Bible, but that's been debunked because it's got a lot of books in it that the Council of Nicaea said they were heresy. We have the original 66. No, Enoch is not heresy. Enoch was found. No, they didn't remove Enoch. The people that created the Ethiopian Bible, it's not. This is what I'm trying to tell you. If you read the book of Enoch, he says, do not put my writings with any other script. But if you read the book of Enoch, he talks about the Nephilim, the giants. He talks about things as if he was in the sky looking down onto the earth. This is the visions that God gave him. Remember, he walked with God for a long time. He preached for 100 years and never converted anybody, and God just took him to heaven. Okay, so both books was found at the Dead Sea Scrolls. Enoch, the book of Enoch. Well, his grandson Noah, his grandson Noah basically saved the world, him and his children, basically. God was fed up with what was going on. Then you have the book of Jasher. When I say the book of Jasher to people, they be like, I ain't never heard of that. Have you? Nope. Jasher. 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 That book is mentioned. Nope. It's a history book not written by Jews, but it's mentioned in the Bible twice by name, and the third time it's referenced by Paul. See, and when I say reference, in Exodus, remember when Moses was battling, or battling the wizards or whatever of Pharaoh? He puts his stick down and turns into the snake. They put their sticks down, they turn into a snake. And yeah, Moses' stick swallows all their snakes and then turn back into a stick. You never knew the name of those two, right? Until Paul says their names in I believe it's in Romans. He mentions their names. Matter of fact, I got the book of Jasher. I'll tell you exactly where it is. I'll tell you exactly where it is. It's in 2 Timothy 3:8, where Paul mentions, I think it's Janus and Jambres, the two wizards. But the book by name is mentioned in Joshua 10:13 and 2 Samuel 1:18. And in those two verses, they tell the children of Israel to continue to remember the book of Jasher, because it's a history book, and to teach it to their children. Okay. And so that was found at the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947. And then you had 6,000 manuscripts of the Old Testament found. There's only one book that was not a part of of all those manuscripts that were found, and that is the book of Esther. And they believe the reason why the book of Esther is not found among those books is because in the book of Esther, in the scriptures, God's name is not mentioned. Okay, his name is not mentioned. And so that's what they believe, the reason why it wasn't found at the Dead Sea Scrolls. The Seder Olam was there, the Septuagint, the Torah. Actually, a copy of the Kabbalah was there. And You hear everybody talk about Zachary, Hubbard. Yeah. The tribe of Dan is the reason why the Kabbalah is a book. They put it in writing. The tribe of Dan taught the Chaldeans about reading the stars. Okay. As far as the zodiac and all that craziness, astrology. No, not messianic text. We're talking about the good and the bad text. But all of these, we're talking about 6,000 manuscripts, and when they were tested against what we already have today, they all match up with minor differences. And the one book and chapter that they used was Isaiah 53, and it matched up perfectly. And so we know that what we have was preserved. Those the scripts that they found, they were put on parchment paper. I don't know if you, yeah. So they last long, and the print would last longer on them. They dated everything back 300 BC. So if these documents go back to 300 BC, then what we have today has got to be the truth. Who gonna lie about a people from 300 years before Christ? All right. Now we go back to no. Now we go back to Vodi Bakum. Vodi Bakum does a presentation on he does a presentation on this. He's like, so basically what you're telling me is these monks had to sneak in, steal all 6,000 manuscripts, rewrite the manuscripts, and then put them all back without being detected. Does that sound plausible to you? Does that sound realistic? No, it does not. Right? Oh, well, this, and that's the thing. And what he's saying is, and what everybody is saying is, look, the Old Testament is the books about a certain people who have a relationship with a God that is more powerful than all the gods that were surrounding them, of the nations that surrounded them. Basically, it's a history book. Like I used to think that Muslims were descendants of Esau, which is Jacob's brother. Right? Yeah. But no, if you go to Obadiah, Ishmael is I'm sorry, you're right. Ishmael, however, Ishmael's descendants are still living. But Jacob's brother, Esau, according to Obadiah, the Edomites, they no longer exist. God had them wiped completely out. Except for one, which is in the book of Esther. That's the reason why the book of Esther was added to the 66, because of that one Edomite that survived. And it's because of that one Edomite who who tried to get the king to kill all the Jews because his whole clan was destroyed by God, killed by God. But he ended up getting killed anyway because the king, yeah, everybody, yeah, the king, there you go. You know, and the whole thing is if you read the scriptures, they flow. When you read in Genesis all the way to Mike. Yeah. Now, however, they still believe that the book of Job is the first book written. No. That's not it. No, you gotta remember Genesis to Deuteronomy is the Torah. That's the Torah. That's the law. Here's the thing, many of our laws come from the Torah. But no, check this out. I got you. Our bankruptcy laws come from the book of Deuteronomy, the 15th and 16th chapter. That's what you're right. You're right. Think about it. God, this is the one thing my uncle used to say. God gave Israel 10 laws, and by the time everything was over with, they then created 360 more laws. And so, but here's the thing. There's some of those laws, we know God put into place because some laws are detestable to him. They're an abomination to him. But when I got my Geneva Bible, it comes with a commentary. And some of the laws and verses in our founding documents come out of the Bible. I tell people, what is chapter 7 in bankruptcy? What is that? Well, all your debt is forgiven. I was like, what part of the Bible does it say that in? And then when I tell them, I was like, in Deuteronomy chapter 16, the year of Jubilee is the 7th year. And after that 7th year, you must forgive all the debt of your servant. And if it's one of the major Jubilee, you must restore him back to whole. And what that means is restoring back to whole. If you took his land and all of that stuff, you got to give it back to him after he done served you for a certain amount of time. Bro, and people don't realize our bankruptcy laws come out of the scriptures. They come out of the scriptures. That's right. That is correct. And here's the thing: before the Bill of Rights and the Constitution came about, slaves can work off their debt. They could work off their debt and work their way to freedom. They could. That's why you had free black slaves in the South who turned around and bought their own slaves. But like some people say, that was mostly their family members. They still had slaves. And then the state that had the most slaves, people get upset when I mention. I was like, the state that put the most black slaves in the Confederacy is Louisiana. because they had the most black slave owners. Over 2,000 blacks fought for the Confederacy. And if you, I'm in South Georgia, I see black people with Confederate flags. I don't say nothing because I know the history. I know the history. Nothing you. I know the history. And if you know the history, you understand. They thought, yeah, we fighting for states' rights. Abraham Lincoln was like, nah, you trying to keep people in bondage. And according to the Constitution, the way it was written, Frederick Douglass said, after he read it for himself, he said, under the Constitution, you really can't have slaves based on the way the Constitution is written. They wrote it that way so that slavery would like easily just work its way out. There you go. And right. And then I got you. Those who are slaves to sin. I got you. Man, CT, wake up. Let me see if I can wake him up. CT, wake up. There you go. Is that you or was that me? Yeah, come on, man. Good grief. But look, I gotta go to sleep. It's 3:15 a.m. Yo, most definitely, brother. But like I said, man, as far as your business, get with somebody if you can that's got something up and running that you're interested in, and ask them, hey, can I shadow you or can you mentor me? I'm telling you how much beneficial it'll be. You'll start making money immediately. Why? Because you'll see things that your plan didn't account for, and he'll help you. Hey, this is how I get around that. City permits and stuff like that. He'll show you how to do that stuff, man. And so, but just definitely do that, man. God bless you. I'm about to go and whatnot. My nephew probably pissed off because he got to get up in about an hour to go to work. No, it ain't your bad, man. It's all glory when you can chop it up when it comes down to scripture and the Bible and sharing God's word. It's all glory, But look, I'm Kung Fu CJ. If you go to my channel, it's Kung Fu CJ 6437 on YouTube. I got about 500 videos. Half of my videos is what I do, the car stuff. So you're gonna see some nice rides and all that good stuff, and how I have fun outside of this. I got you.
All right, guys. This was a long one. We debated it. We crashed some people out. You know, if you guys didn't catch the whole thing, go check CT's channel on that. I am gonna get some sleep now. Yeah, it's time for me to shut the. My little homegirl put me on. She said, "This shit brand new, free flow." Lately, rappers been acting like this is not an art. Huh? You forgot about that part. Lately, rappers been acting like this is not an art. Huh? You forgot about that part. Lately, rappers been spitting like they ain't got a heart. Because when I step to the game, I rip that shit apart. My evolution with the Gyarados from Magic Carp, and I ain't finished.
If you do not
the whole world is in my cart. You fucking with me, you choose a role and play your part.
Better yourself, if you do not want to break outside
of this matrix,
always feel this
if
hard.
you want to live in your comfortable delusion
dealing shitty
that they have built
trying as
for
hard
you.
as I can against all of the odds, pushing as hard as I could is
Do
what
not
got me so far. But
watch
what
these
are my
videos.
chances actually
Leave
reaching the
this
stars?
channel.
Still, I will never get up tatted over my
If you
heart. Never my sense
do
is
not
hiding in my
want
weed
any
up in
truth,
the jar. Sexy
you don't want to
middle,
understand.
looking ass
If
like
you are
I'm
not
far.
here
When it comes to
to
the game, I'm an eagle
hear
you hard.
something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong.
Your favorite rapper try hard,
finally,
still is a mark.
if you
Still
are not
like the
trying
fuel
to
the game, watch it spark.
positive,
My lines
if
burn
you are
like
not
blunts,
trying
getting
to
smoked
help
in the dark,
create
hella cooking
solutions while we
shit up.
discuss
If
the
your ass
problems
wanna
and how they
spar,
got here,
barbecue your beef up
you
like
do not
seats in
belong
my
here.
car. Cook yourself
Negativity,
up, refrigerator,
hate,
jar.
disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.
Damn, this shit is